All right, so with that perception check, you obviously notice something. You see approximately from your estimation about 300 yards down the road, you can see what looks like a single horse-drawn wagon approaching you. It's a covered wagon. You can see maybe one or two people at the seat kind of leading the horses down. They don't appear to have noticed you yet.
Jumbo, slow it. We have traffic.
Jimbo just kind of looks at you and shrugs a little bit.
So they're about, how far ahead of us are they?
From your estimation, they're about 300 yards down the road. From this point, Valar kind of holds you guys up, holds a hand up, like as he's trying to take a closer look. He advances a little bit further down.
I prepare my bow just in case.
You hear Valar out in front saying, "Ho there! Who goes there?" Renault, that'd be your cue.
Renault kind of like looks up, like startled, doesn't really realize it's like a floating ship kind of like hanging out. And he responds, he's like, just traveling merchants, nothing, no, we're not here to hurt or harm anyone.
Which that Valar kind of responds, fair enough, but travel slow. Just wait right there. We'll come to you.
Renault kind of like, like pulls back on the reins and like stops the wagon.
Okay, as Valar turns around to head back toward the mountain, he turns his back towards the covered wagon again. As I said, stay there. Don't move. At that, everyone kind of notices a small little rumbling. You guys look up or look down to the south. You can see a trickle of snow starting to kind of roll down one of the ridges. This little trickle turns into a rumble, and as you guys, before you can even react, you see that a huge avalanche is coming down the hill. You see huge trees and boulders tumbling through and snapping like twigs as they come closer and closer to the ship. Valar, Novek, and Emmett all kind of take off down away from the avalanche on their horses, trying to get as far as they can. Novek screams back to you guys, brace! There's nothing we can do. Just brace for impact. Tegan, were you going to say something?
Tegan's going to try to grab hold of the closest railing, spar, whatever's nearby.
So everyone pretty much takes their positions that they can, grabs hold of the railings, tries to go somewhere where they can hold themselves down. But within seconds, the avalanche, the whole mountain comes down. As you look out ahead of you guys, you see the small little covered wagon just getting engulfed in waves after wave of snow and debris and boulder. The avalanche slams up against the side of the ship. I need everyone on the ship make a DC 15 dex save. Okay, this avalanche slams into the side of the ship. Even though you had your hands on the railing, it still kind of slams your whole body into the railing even harder. And you will take some damage. 1 second. You take 11 points of bludgeoning damage. Oh, half of that. So 5 points of bludgeoning damage. After a few more rumblings, you feel the ship kind of slam up against a few trees, almost like it's going to be turned over at one point, then it raises back up upright. Novek, Valar, and Emmett are nowhere to be found. Roland took a blow to the head. Jimba has broken an arm. Nimba is missing a tooth and has one eye swollen shut. You hear Remora call out from an overturned tree somewhere off in the distance. You can't quite see her. And Kishin comes up from below deck, seemingly unscathed. The carnage has stopped at this point, but you're not sure really how bad everybody is hurt, or if you can even find everybody.
Kishin, see to the wounded on deck. I'll see if I can't find the ones off the ship.
Who are you looking for first?
Well, my first question is, where's Storm?
1 second, let me roll for Storm. Storm managed to stay on deck. You see her kind of over off one side of the railing, somewhat limping, but she seems to be okay.
The one by the tree, how far off did she sound?
Give me a investigation. No, a wisdom check.
There you go.
She's about 25 yards to the north of you, straight north. Can't see her, but that's where you heard her voice.
I'm going to head that way, but I'm going to tell Storm to go looking for the others up where the wagon was at, see if he can't track them down.
I'm sorry, you're asking who to go look for the wagon?
I'm going to send Storm to go try to locate the wagon.
Okay.
Locating the Vec. While I go tend to the one at the tree. Or try to find him.
Okay, give me an investigation check to try to find her.
She's a little useless ranger.
There is just debris all over the place. I mean, what used to be trees is now like a webbing of just debris, whatnot. You can still hear her calling. She actually calls out to you like she sees you. And she says, Navek, over here. I think I've broken my ribs, but for the most part, I think I'm still in one piece.
Can you move?
At that, you can kind of see her kind of from the corner of your eye, kind of trying to get down some of the broken limbs and trees out of the tree.
Okay, I moved to help her and see how bad she is. See if I have to help her to the ship or if she can move on her own.
As you come up to her, I mean, you can see that she's pretty badly, bruised and scratched and bloodied, but nothing appears to be broken. Nothing appears to be life-threatening. She's kind of holding one hand to her ribs, where she thinks she's got some broken ribs, but she seems to be able to possibly make her way back to the ship on her own.
Are you able to make it to the ship?
She just asks for your help to kind of help hold her up as she
Okay.
walks.
I study her about the ship as quickly as I can.
All right, let's switch over to Storm. I need Storm to do the same thing. Give her investigation, but I'll let her do it at advantage since she's got this smell.
The dog's more useless than the ranger.
But doesn't she have advantage on investigation checks when it regards to smell?
Yeah, she does, but still. I mean, a 12? Come on.
All right, she's kind of sniffing around everywhere. There's just so many different smells at this point. She's kind of running around in circles. Not like she's really picking up on one single scent. There's just too many things going on.
Right. As soon as Tegan has the one back to the ship, he'll go toward the wagon.
Okay, same thing again. I'll let you make another investigation check yourself. If you fail, then I'll give the dog one more.
I have a question regarding these roles. Which number do you consider?
It's always the
Like
first
I'm looking at the first one's on the right,
The first one's on the left.
on the left. Oh, okay.
The reason
Yeah.
there's two of them is if you have like advantage or disadvantage, it always rolls two of them. If there's no advantage, you just take the first roll. If it's at disadvantage, you take the lower of the two. If it's advantage, you take the better of the two.
All right, that makes sense. Right. Thank you.
All right, so the ranger still
Good
can't find
question.
Totally useless ranger. Might as well just been a thief.
All right, give Give Storm another chance.
They're on their own. They're just dead. Just forget them. They're dead.
No, Storm does manage to find like a what appears to be some kind of a horse leg, and she comes walking back to you holding a horse leg in her mouth.
No, Navek, Storm, Navek. No, horse, not dinner. Crazy
Let's try
dog.
this. Give me a perception check, both you and Storm.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Okay,
There we go.
I'll say the first one's Tegan. All right, Tegan, you can see out of the corner of your eyes something moving about 75 yards from where you are at this point. Looks maybe like a hand or a leg or something, kind of trying to dig itself out from underneath the snow.
I advance toward it and start digging.
So as you dig deeper, you see this is actually somewhat of a small little man, somewhat like maybe a halfling at this point.
Come on, my friend, out of the snow. Gotta get your death in there.
That's you, Renault.
Renault kind of like, I guess, like gets up and he's like brushing the snow off. He's like, "What the? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was a terrible avalanche. Where are we? And who are you, my good man?"
My name's Teagid. I'm with the ship's crew. Unless we can't find the others.
Sounds like a wonderful plan. I'm Renault. Renault Lightfoot, if it matters to you.
Of course it matters. You notice that Teagid's actually wearing a bearskin cloak.
Okay,
I'm
Renault.
turned to look for the others.
Renault, at this point, you've actually came out pretty good just from the damage. You only had 6 points of bludgeoning damage from rolling out of this. I guess your nimble feet was allowed you to like basically surf the avalanche down for about 100 yards. Okay, so I need everyone that's searching to give me just 4 quick investigation checks to see what you guys can find if you're looking for survivors.
There's Teagid's. One decent raw out of the lot.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. 2 more. Yeah, 2 more checks, Renault.
There they are.
All right, that was a whole lot of scrolling.
Jorm actually got a -2.
Wow.
How is that possible?
I don't know. I'm going to check his rolls.
All right, so if I recall, I think I saw one that was above 15. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I rolled a 16 or 17 in somewhere, and Renault rolled a 15.
All right, so with that 15, you're able to identify one of some other body that you don't recognize near the covered wagon that Renault was in. Other than that, you guys just find just debris, all kinds of trees and parts of wagon and whatever, but you only find one unrecognizable dead body.
How many was with you, my friend?
Just me and the one. It seems like we've found him. I don't mean to bother you, but it seems like I'm out of a traveling companion, and seeing as you're here, would it be alright if I tagged along with you in your airship?
I see no reason why not, but we'll have to ask the captain, Jimba.
Of course, of course.
Is Navek anywhere to be found?
You'd have to investigate over the other part of the ship. Because remember, you're down
Okay.
close to where the covered wagon
Oh, that's
was.
right. Okay. Well, then I go back so I can't track down Navek then.
So
I have a
same
few
thing.
other companions missing. Let's try to find them.
So if you guys go back down the other end of the ship to investigate around there, same thing. Give me a 2 investigation or survival, whichever's better for you guys.
Well, survival would definitely be better. Damn it, I turned that off. Let me fix that. I thought I did.
All right, Renault, how about you? Well, you'll show that ranger a thing or two about how to track things. All right, so you guys have looked all over. You found basically 3 dead horses, but no signs of Navek, Valar, or Emmett at this point.
No sign of your friends. Could they have gone anywhere else?
There we go. It's off now. It's hard to tell.
Oh, actually, with that
Let's
roll,
check with...
one second, Renault. With that roll of 19, you actually find one other peculiar thing. As you're digging around near the what you thought was the horse, you see basically a 5th leg. Looks somewhat like a horse's leg, but all the other horses you found had all their legs intact.
Tegan, you might want to come over here and see this.
What have you found, my friend?
It seems to be a leg of some sort.
Looks and goes, how many horses did you have with you?
I assume we had like a horse or 2, right?
Yeah,
2
you had
horses.
a single horse.
Just the one. So it seems that that this is an odd leg out, as they say.
Yes, because the other horse would have been Navek's. Seems we have an extra leg. Now, where did that come from?
Both of you guys roll me a wisdom check. Damn, look at you go, Ranger. Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, sometimes I get a good roll.
Okay, based on your close examination of this mangled leg, it's not a horse, but you're almost wondering if this is one of a centaur.
You know, that leg doesn't look... It looks a little well-muscled for a horse, don't you think? Possibly... At that point, he looks up and starts scanning the pass around him, looking to see if he sees anything else.
Reynolds kind of like looks over what like T gets kind of talking about, and I guess maybe he just can't really put it together. He's just kind of like, what, muscled? Well, I mean, it's just a leg, and...
Let's get back to the ship.
That sounds great to me.
I think that leg might have belonged to a centaur.
Reynolds kind of like scurries, behind him.
And if he's missing a leg, I don't think he'll be very happy about it. So hopefully the rest of him is down there somewhere too.
So you guys heading back to the ship? You guys investigating more? What's your next move?
I'm going to head back toward the ship, but investigating as I go. Particularly looking at the area around and see if I see any signs of anybody else that's missing.
Okay, I'll let each of you make one more investigation or survival check on your way back to the ship. And despite that roll, you are not in an area where anything else is. So no, you guys don't find anything else other than debris.
Once we get back to the ship, Tegan wants to take a roll call and find out who is there and who accounted for and who is not.
Okay. You do see on your way back the mayhem that has pretty much damaged severely the airship at that point. But as you guys get back on board, Kishin's already running around trying to figure out what the damage is of everything, and he's got a little notebook he's walking around with himself, kind of marking things down as he takes a bearing of what all happened to the ship.
How bad is it, Kishin? How soon can we get underway?
I tell you, man, it's bad. It's really bad, man. We got 3 of the spheres are destroyed, man, and I'm not sure if we have enough spare parts. I went down below. The spare spheres we did have, they're all shattered. The mainsail's got a bad rip in it. We got a tree limb just went right through it. As a matter of fact, part of it's still stuck in there, as you can see. He kind of points up. You can see this part of a tree or a giant limb still sticking through the mainsail.
Aye, that could be a problem. We can remove that. The spears are a bigger concern, though.
It's not just that, bud. The wagon wheels, they've all been ripped up and destroyed. The aft mast is cracked as well. And the ship's buried halfway up the hull, man. It's going to be days just for us to dig this thing out.
Days to dig. Yeah. Hair. Not good.
You were cutting out there.
I don't think that avalanche was an accident. I don't think that avalanche was an accident. How bad are the injuries?
He kind of takes you through the roll call of everybody. He said, from what he can tell, Remora's got a broken ribs, and everyone else seems to be whole except for Jimbo. He's got a broken arm at this point. Nimba can only see out of one eye at the moment, but he's got it packed down with some snow and some ice, kind of help with the swelling at this point. I mean, nobody's hurt badly, but everybody's hurt.
Reynolds kind of like steps up a little bit and like kind of situates himself, and he goes, "All right, well, it seems everyone here is in pretty rough shape. You might want to have me take a look at you."
Ah, you're a healer then, my friend.
I've been schooled in a couple of ways, and I've novice's skill level at least.
Well, any amount of skill will be useful. Might see to Jimba's arm first.
So do I want to make like a medicine check, or should I like be using a spell at this point?
What do you want to do?
Well, if his arm is how messed up is his arm?
It's fractured. He's got a fractured arm. He cannot use it.
Well, I guess I'll do like a cure wounds level 1 on it.
Okay. He'll approach you kind of gingerly, like he doesn't really know you. If you haven't noticed yet, he doesn't have a tongue at this point, to which Remora or Alamar, the cook, will kind of point that out to you as he approaches him. Says, don't be scared of him. Just because he can't talk doesn't mean he's a dumb mute. So the little gnome kind of...
Well, that's fine.
So the little gnome kind of walks up to you kind of apprehensively somewhat and kind of gives you a weird look like, okay, what are you going to do now? Olimar looks over.
So did you get my roll?
No, I did not. Sorry. Oh, okay. At that, I mean, Jimbo's eyes kind of get big. You see him kind of shiver a little bit, and you see him kind of squint his eyes like he's hurting pretty bad, and his arm kind of snaps back in place. Then he kind of takes his fist and makes a fist and opens his hand back up again and kind of moves his arm around a little bit and has kind of a smile on his face at this point and takes his good hand and he pats you on the back and nods at you and like he's now your best friend at this point.
Good as new. Good as new. Who else needs a little help?
I think the rest are mostly bumps and bruises.
Reynolds will kind of make like a general look over kind of who's a little just bumped and bruised, and kind of take the worst of them and make a medicine check. Just a little, bandages here or there. Nothing major.
Yeah, you'll see that once Jimbo's arm is healed, he pulls out a little healer's kit out of his backpack himself and kind of starts tending to the wounded as well. Again, nothing that probably requires a heal at this point, but he looks at you like he's almost asking you if you want to help him kind of tend to everyone's wounds and whatnot.
Oh, of course. He kind of follows him and lets him take the lead, but, lets his medical expertise, quote unquote, kind of like help out in the best he can.
Okay, so you guys make your rounds, kind of healing everybody, and as you guys come over towards Nimba, he's kind of just sitting in a corner, kind of away from his debris, got his head kind of drooping down. He's kind of mumbling to himself, says, "Oh, what do we do now? All the spheres are busted. We're stuck here. There's no way. We're all gonna die."
Nimba, relax. Relax. You're with me? Relax. What do we need to repair the ship? Make me a list. We'll find it.
He comes up. He says, "Oh, I need more spheres, but there's just even if I had the materials, I need a forge to make those things. We don't have anything like that here." And at that, you see Olimar kind of walking out from behind the kitchen. He's still got like what seems like an old pot or something over his head, like he was using that to help protect himself. says, "What a forge you need? I think I know how to help."
What's your idea?
Well, a few summers ago, I worked in the mines not far from here. I think it's actually, I don't know, maybe half a mile back up the road from where we came from. It's I forget the name of the mine, but they used to mine gems there. But one of the bad parts about the gems is they would occasionally come across the cache of just those worthless glass gems. I don't know if that's the same kind of glass you need, Nimba, but that might be a place where you get glass, and I know they've got a forge there. And at that, Nimba kind of perks up a little bit with his one good eye, looking over at Olimar. Says, "Glass gems? I haven't really tried that kind of glass before, but it won't hurt to try, especially if they've got a forge. We might be able to salvage some of the broken glass we've got here to make a few more."
Then we'll collect the broken shards here and see what we can make there. What other things we need to repair the ship?
At that, Kishin kind of pipes up, says, "Well, I've got enough spare lumber to fix the mast, prepare the hull. I won't be able to replace the wagon wheels, that's for sure. I need some bigger equipment than what we've got here to form those. But I can repair the hull. I can replace the shaft, the aft mast. And Remora here, we've got some spare linen, some spare silk down in the hold that she can repair the sail with. But without those spheres, it means nothing. But I've got at least a day's worth of repairs here, and probably another day or two just to dig us out."
Tiga kind of looks at the snow and then looks back and says, "Why wheels? We have so much snow, why not skis?"
Daddy kind of nods his head a little bit, says, Not a bad idea. I just, well, let me see what I can do."
At least till we get someplace where we can replace the wheels.
He says, "Okay, that's not a bad idea. Let me tend to these repairs and get an inventory and make sure I've got enough to make these skis. Or worst case scenario, we can find some of these broken timbers or trees or whatnot to possibly make something as well. Not a bad idea."
True. Now he turns back to this mine. How you say it's about how many miles?
He said about a half a mile back down the road.
About a half a mile. Can you describe the way, or can you show me the way?
I don't know if I could describe it, but if I see a trail that looks familiar, I think I could show you.
Then it looks like you're coming with us.
He kind of looks around a little bit and takes his pot on his head and kind of turns it one way or the other to make it a little more comfortable. Says, "Well, I'm not really one for adventuring, but I see no other way out of this. So if you need me, then I'm yours."
Perhaps I can think about replacing that missing pig along the way.
At that, he kind of chuckles a little bit. "What kind of pig are you going to find in this? We better off."
You never know if we'll find a pig, but we might find deer or a number of other edible animals along the way.
I'm all for getting some more meat. So yeah, if you guys need me, I'll be glad to show you.
Okay, get your kit ready and make out on the road. How long do you think it'll take you, Nimba? If you have the supplies there you need to work.
To replace the to make the glass spheres?
Yeah, to make the spears.
Oh, he thinks if he's got enough material, it'll probably take him somewhere about maybe half an hour inside a forge to form another glass sphere, depending on the size of the
And
forge.
when you, and how many spears do we need?
Well, from what Kishin told me, we've got one good one. Everything else is damaged. So I'd say at minimum we need 3.
So we probably need to make 4 to 5 to be safe.
I wouldn't mind having a couple extra spare after that.
So cook provisions for a night away. We need to sit watches for the ship, though.
You asking Olimar to make some provisions for a day?
Yeah, Olimar to make some provisions for the trip, and depending on going with us. And then I want to turn to whoever would be the most likely to be in charge of watching the ship while we're gone.
They all kind of look around each other like, I don't. And Nimba kind of,
Yeah.
I'll look after it. That's all right. It's my ship. I'll make sure no one does something stupid.
But Nimba, we're going to need you with us to forge the spears.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's right, aren't you? Okay, well I guess my brother Jimbo will volunteer for that, won't he? He kind of points.
Very well, Jimba.
Go ahead.
He pulls Jimba aside and says, Jimba, set regular guards. Be on the lookout for centaurs. I don't think this avalanche was an accident.
At that, Nimba kind of gives you a knowing nod at that point, and he kind of points over to one of the railings where he's got one of his crossbows set up to the side, and he kind of points at that and winks at you and nods.
Good. I'm assuming the rest of the party who's not here, who are below decks with headaches, can help watch the ship too.
Yeah, Corrin will volunteer to keep watch as well.
And then I turn to Mr. Lightfoot. Renault, care to take a stroll in the snow?
Well, seeing as you and your wolf here dug me up, I think I owe you at least that. And he kind of gets himself ready to go.
We need to get, if you haven't been able to tell, we need to get a few items procured to make repairs to the vessel so we can continue on our way. Where were you headed?
I was just heading back to Helgith, or what's the city?
Helgabal.
Helgabal?
Helgabal. I was just heading back to Helgabal after a merchant mission of sorts, and I just ran straight into you. So going anyway, taking a day or two, no big deal, no hassle, as I like to say.
I'm glad I'm not delaying you. So let's see, that'll be Renault, myself, the cook, and Nimba. Any other volunteers?
At that, pretty much everybody else kind of takes a step back, like they don't want any part of this at this point.
You too, Storm. You're going regardless. Come on.
I can't speak for the dog.
Storm kind of slinks over like, okay, fine. Let's plan on leaving. We need to gather up the damaged pots. Carry what we can. How long will that take us to gather all the stuff up that we need to eat?
Probably just about an hour or so. You can get most of your damaged glass from down below. There was 3 spheres down below that were shattered. Each one of the spheres will pretty much fill a sack that one person can carry.
Okay. We'll distribute a sack to each of us, and after time is on, we start moving in the direction that the cook is indicating toward the camp, or toward the mine.
Okay, so you guys load up all your supplies. Everyone's got their own little sack, except for which one of you is not carrying a sack at this point?
Leave Renault free of the sack. I'll carry a sack, and the rest, and Jimba can carry one, and the cook can carry one.
Okay, you will notice that Nimba is kind of struggling to drag this sack. It's pretty much the size of him as he's going through the snow and whatnot. I know Renault's probably not much bigger, but...
Do you need some?
Alright, nonetheless. Alright, so
we'll make do.
So Alamar quickly kind of finds his old trail leads back to these mines. He said they're normally closed during the wintertime. He fills you guys in as you've been there. He said it was hard work, but he made some pretty good money for a couple of summers. But just didn't like being tied down in one place all summer long. So you guys,
I can relate to that, Alamar.
so you guys approach the top of this hill, heading in towards the mountains a little bit more, and you see some mine tracks that run about 50 feet outside of what appears to be the mine entrance, ending at a number of rundown or broken heavy-duty hauling wagons. Some of them covered in snow, some of them look like different stages of disrepair. You guys also notice there's a smaller wagon in much better shape located nearby underneath the bare branches of several smaller trees as well. As you guys approach the entrance to the mine, you'll see a sign stating over the top of it, Stone Spire Mining Company, no trespassing. You also see a set of rusty iron bars like those found in a jail cell. They'll bar the entry into the actual mine shaft itself.
And where was the works at? He's asking the cook.
Where was the what at?
The works, the forge.
He points in and says, it's just further down here and to the right. Says, just keep in mind that they'll put traps in place here during the off season. So there'll probably be no one here, but just be wary of potential traps and whatnot. I don't know exactly where they are, but I know they do that in the off season.
Very well. So, cautiously approaching the iron bars and seeing if he can swing the gate open or if it's locked.
You just perception if it's locked, or are you actually going to try to feel and see if it's locked?
He's going to be stupid and feel. He's not a thief.
Okay, you'll see that it's already unlocked, to which Alamar kind of looks puzzled. He says, that's odd. I can't imagine why they would leave it unlocked at this point, or much less without a trap on
it. With that, Tegan... Oh, I can't. I got a stupid... I guess I'll draw my sword because I got a sack in the other hand.
Okay. And Alamar kind of takes a step back. He's like, what are you doing? It's just a door.
A door that's unlocked that should be locked. We know that centaurs were in the area. Best to be cautious, my friend Alamar.
He looks kind of embarrassed at your comment, like, oh, yeah, I guess you're right, but, okay. Well, you want me to go first?
No, I'll take the lead. You come in behind me. Renault, if you could take the rear?
Of course. I think that maybe we should do a little scouting before we enter this area. I'm kind of a magic innate, if you will, and I could go invisible and maybe walk around a little bit. Maybe spy?
That would be perfect, my friend.
So with that,
so reach over and
kind of walks over.
Open the gate.
Okay, Renault first.
Renault walks over and he talks to the cook a little bit, kind of not trying to hide from the group, but keeping his voice down from any outsiders. And he asks, like, good man, what kind of traps are we talking about here? Are we talking about bear traps? Or what level of defense do they have usually set up?
Well, as I recall, since these guys are dwarves, it always seems to have something to do with stone, or maybe a dart or two, or an arrow. Most stuff wasn't really made to like kill people, more so to just scare them off or warn them off. That's what I recall, anyway.
And with that, Renault will kind of nod to Tegan to open the gate while he casts invisibility on himself.
I'll open the no doubt squeaky gate.
Your suspicions are right. It does let out a long little squeal as metal on metal as you turn it upon its hinges. You open it up and you can see...
Well, I'm sure they all know we're here.
Go ahead.
No. I'm sure they all know we're here now.
So as you open it up, you can see further down inside, it's like a couple of like large barn doors, iron-bound barn doors a little bit further down inside.
What does Reynolds see? Kind of like from the gate? Does it go up, or is it just kind of like a gate with a flat area where the work, all these barns you were talking, these couple barns you were talking about?
Now the gate actually opens up into a cave going into the mines itself, and there's a larger entryway, so to speak, right inside the bars. Once you get up next to the gate, you can see there's a couple large barn doors that appear to go deeper into the mountain.
So at this point, the barn doors is all like the only two choices we have, right? We're in this open area, and then that's kind of just the two directions we can go. The barn doors.
No, it's the same direction. You go through the gate. If you go through the gate, there's a large corridor, and then at the end of that corridor is these two large barn doors. I apologize, I didn't explain that well enough.
Okay, well, Reynolds is invisible, so he kind of will sneak around like the gate and kind of get to the wall of this corridor and kind of not hugging it, but kind of keeping himself halfling small, just kind of like walking very slowly, kind of perceiving anything he can while going into the corridor.
Okay, how long does your invisibility last? I think it's just a minute. Does that sound right?
It is an hour. It's a concentration spell for an hour.
Okay, alright, that's fine. Alright, so as you kind of sneak your way inside the little entryway, so to speak, you can see along the eastern wall, you can see a row of what appears to be some empty stables. But at the very end, you actually see there are actually two horses down the far stables closer to the barn door.
Was the door open when I kind of walked up to it?
No, the barn doors are shut.
So I can. How can I? Wait, I'm kind of confused. How I see the horses if the barn doors are shut? Am I like? Is it a stable like just open, like open entrance?
Let me start over. So you go through the metal gate, the jail cell gate, large corridor. You can see two barn doors at the far end. As you go inside, off to the left, you can see there are a couple of stables that are kind of built into the side of the cave wall. And at the far end stables, before you get to the barn door, you can see two horses in two of the stables.
Okay, Reynolds kind of like hugs the little entrance to the stables and kind of like leans over and he's kind of listening to see if he hears anybody else but the horses back there.
In the stables?
Yeah, like he's just kind of listening, like from the entrance to the stables, kind of trying to listen towards the back of them.
All you can hear is just the breathing of the horses, maybe a stamp or two as they seem to be somewhat kind of nervous or jitterish as you approach them.
Okay, so he just kind of keeps pressing. He doesn't really go into the stables or anything. He kind of passes the door and continues to walk back the corridor towards the barn doors.
Okay, you come across nothing else other than the stench of maybe a couple of droppings from the horses there in the stables there. You come across these two large barn doors. They're obviously shut.
And I assume there's like a big like iron, you said bar to them that kind of locks the front, or how are they locked? How are they closed?
Yeah, you got a large crossbar laying across it, but it's not locked.
Okay, well, I mean that's all that's in this little like cave, right? The corridor is the stables, the barn doors at the back. There's nothing on the other side of the kind of cavern or whatever.
Correct.
All right, I guess Reynolds will then kind of walk back the same way he came and kind of invisible, like tug on Tegan's like cloak or something, kind of give him a sign that he's there again. And he kind of leans over and he's like, "It seems all clear. There's a stable with two horses, and the back doors I did not check. I wasn't brave enough to be honest with you. But I think that we can go in safely if we kind of follow where I went."
Horses, you say?
Yes, two of them. I kind of checked them out a little bit. I didn't go inside the stables, but I listened for any communication, and it seemed just breathing and, typical horse things, stamping and whatnot. But I don't know if they're centaurs or not, is what your concern was, I believe.
Centaurs were the riders that came with them. Very well. At least we can move in out of the weather.
At that, you kind of see Olimar and Nimba kind of looking around, trying to figure what's going on, and Olimar kind of leans a little bit closer to Tegan and says, "What's going on? Are we going in or not?"
Yes, Almar, we're going in now. There's some horses in the stables. So everyone be quiet.
Horses? Why would there be horses in the off season?
Good question, Almar. I think we should find that out, don't you?
I don't know, but I guess we've gone this far.
For now, though, let's get us everybody in out of the weather, and Renault and I can take a better look around. With that, he turns to Nimba and quietly moves everybody past the gate and at least in out of the weather so they're not getting blown on by the snow and the cold air.
Reynolds kind of shows them like where he went, so we're not setting off any traps that I didn't discover earlier. We kind of all follow in line, I guess.
Nim and Olamar's like, well, I hear a voice, but I don't see anything. Is that you, Renault?
Yes, I'm invisible, you fool. Let's go. Hurry before we get seen. And he kind of like pulls on their little clothing and has them follow.
Technically, you can't be seen, Renault. That's the problem.
Yes, okay. I understand my folly, but let's get back. Let's get inside before we get seen.
Yes.
Olamar and
So,
Nim kind of
like-
chuckle. They start following the voice wherever it goes to. Just say a word every once in a while. We'll know where we're going.
So carefully, we'll follow Renault's voice and the tugs on our clothing to some place where I'm sure he's found where we can let everybody else kind of hold up while him and I check the rest of the place out.
I guess we kind of like walk up to the stables. You know, I kind of lead them along the wall to where the stable entrance was. And I guess now Renault will kind of walk into the stables. He kind of gives them a sign or tugs a little bit. He talks to Tegan. He's like, let me go in first. I'll look around a little bit, and then maybe we can hide out here.
Good idea. In the meantime, while he's doing that, Tegan gets Nimba and the cook and has him stay just a little bit of back away from the stable while him and Renault checks the rest of things out.
So Renault will now enter the stable very slowly and sneaky, being invisible still.
Okay, same as before. The horses just kind of whinny a little bit. Like they know something's there, but they can't see it. But nothing else out of the ordinary.
How many like stable stalls are there? I know you said there's like 2 horses in the back, but how many empty ones are there?
There's 4 empty stalls and 2 that have horses in them.
Do we see anything in the empty stalls, or is it just, you know, hay and horse crap?
Now, matter of fact, pretty much every one of the stables, even the one with the horses, are pretty much empty. There's not much hay or anything in there.
The
Okay.
horses, how are they geared? Have saddles on them, or are they put away for the evening?
No, they've got saddles off to the side inside the stables there. I mean, they're not on the horses at this point.
Saddlebags?
They're missing saddlebags. Looks like all it is the bare saddles at this point.
What other exits are there from this area besides the doors that lead on into the mine?
You just got the gates leading back out the mine. You got the barn doors that are at the end of the corridor.
Okay.
Renault kind of walks back over to Tegan. He kind of like, you know, curbs the edge of the stables. He goes, I think I'm going to go close the gate before we continue. I think it might be good to leave no sign that we've been here.
Very well, while you do that, I will settle Nimba and my other friend into one of the far stables away from the horses.
And with that, Renault will kind of scurry back over to the gate and close its big whining door, you know, making a little bit of noise, but he wants to leave it, you know, as it was before we showed up.
And Tegan's going to explain to Nimba and the other that he wants to move them into a stable out of the way, but as far from the horses as he can, while him and Renault finishes checking the area out. I also want to ask the cook, from here, where do I need to go to find the forges we're looking for?
At that, he kind of pokes his head out from the stable a bit and says, "What? I don't understand what you guys." Okay, yeah, there's horses here. That's why you're nervous. But no, okay. So the forge is through those doors. down the hallway a little bit. There's a large corridor with some, as I recall, mine shafts to the left, but off to the right is where the main, I guess, feasting hall, the foreman's quarters, and the forge room is down on the corridor off to the right. It's only maybe 150 yards down here and to the right.
Okay. You two stay here and watch the horses. Call us if you see anything.
That's it.
At that point, Reynolds kind of shows back up.
Olimar kind of fixes the pot that's on his head still and pulls out his old rusty dagger that looks almost like a carving knife more than it does a dagger. Says, okay, I'll protect Nimba, I think.
You do that, my friend. Come, Renault, let's look a little further. I'm assuming Renault's still invisible.
Yeah. I'm still invisible, but I'm like, I tug, whenever I kind of approach you, I tug, so you kind of know it's me. But I talk to you, I'm like, I'll take the lead, seeing as I'm invisible, but just keep behind me and we'll try to see which door we want to go into. Now, was it the right or the left one that led to the forge?
He said to the right, so let's go to the right-hand side.
Good plan. And then with that, Reynolds kind of heads up forward, kind of still hugging the wall while he's heading down this corridor until he gets to, I guess, the first door. I'm not sure if we're on the right or the left-hand side of the corridor, but we'll just get to the doors at this point.
Okay, so let me clarify. You guys are going through the barn doors, right? Because the corridor that Olimar is talking about is through the barn doors.
Yes. Well, I want to approach the door first, but
we want to approach the door.
Okay. As you approach it, you can see just two large wooden iron-bound doors with a crossbar that's been slid all the way to the right, like it's open, not locked at this point.
I guess Renault will kind of walk over to the door. He's not touching it, but...
And what are you doing?
I agree. I think I kind of like to make a perception check, maybe if I can get as close to the door as possible and hear anything going on the other side.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and run me a perception check. You don't hear anything except for the horses kind of whinnying every once in a while back in the background and letting out a large snort out their mouth.
All right, Tegan, are you ready to go? Should we head in?
Yes, let's. Storm, stay close.
And I guess we'll go in to the right door if I understand it correctly.
Yeah, it's basically a two double swinging door barn door thing, so you can open both of them up or just one or whatever you want.
Yeah, I just want to open one. I kind of want to open one.
Let's open the right-hand door close enough to move in.
Yeah, just enough to go in, and I'll kind of peek around the edge and look around a little bit while still invisible.
Okay, so as you open up the right barn door, you can peer into the cavern with what little bit of light you have shining through the barn door. You can't really see much. It's not lit. It's pretty much dark. From about 60 feet in front of you is about as far as you can see.
Peering around the door, he looks over to where he thinks Renault is. It's probably not the right place. Why don't you trail along behind me, and I'll be the obvious target?
All right. Would you like some light before we head out? I could cast the light on an object maybe you have, and we can have a little makeshift torch.
I can take care of myself, and that's Tegan actually snaps his fingers, and a ball of light appears in his hand.
Excellent. And then with that, Reynolds kind of trails behind Tegan, letting him take the lead.
All right, need to clarify.
It's actually my cantrip.
So the ball of light that's in your hand, is that the hand that was holding the bag or holding your weapon?
I had to put the weapon away, obviously, and I'm assuming I probably left the bag back with Nimba.
Okay, that's fine. Have you done the same, Renault? You dropped your bag as well? Or you weren't carrying one, were you?
Yeah, I was relieved of that duty.
And I'm using my Produce Flame cantrip to create the little ball of fire.
All right, so as you fire up your little cantrip there, you can see that the corridor does continue down, decline, maybe about a 30-degree angle for about, as far as you can see, about 120 feet. Then it appears to open up into a larger corridor at the end of your vision sight.
And knowing that he's an obvious target for anybody, at this point he's just going to kind of slowly but carefully walk down the corridor looking for the branch to the right, assuming that Renault will trail along behind him and of course storms off to his side as well.
Okay, so as you kind of slowly make your way down there again, you hear out from behind you, "Oi! What'd you find down there?" You hear Olimar's voice calling from back behind by the stables.
He turns back around and says, "Nothing yet. Thanks for announcing our presence."
"Oh, sorry."
Maybe we should have left the cook at the ship.
So much to your surprise, nothing seems to stir from his shouting at that point. But as you approach closer to that large corridor, you can see it opens up approximately 40 feet wide, maybe another 50 feet down. The ceilings also get a little bit higher, about 20 feet. Are you in the corridor at this point, or are you still kind of staying behind a little bit?
I'm going to move into the corridor and stay to one side of it as best I can.
All right, from this vantage point, you can see at the far end appears to be remnants of a cave-in, and it conceals what may have once been a corridor leading down deeper into the mountain. To the left side of the corridor, you see three what appears to be heavy-duty hoists and chains, each mounted above a shaft in the floor, measuring about 10 by 10 feet. One second. Don't go there. To the right, you see large stockpiles of lumber and timber used for beams. And you also see another smaller corridor in between the piles of lumber that leads off to the right. Mine tracks lead up to each shaft. They also lead into where the cave-in is and off to the right corridor.
That appears to be our corridor, Renault. I'll move toward the smaller corridor between the lumber and the timbers. Kind of mentally making note of the timbers, thinking that some of those could be used to repair the ship.
Renault just keeps following. He's trying to kind of stay silent. In his mind, if they run into anything, he kind of wants to be the unknown factor. Kind of show up maybe in surprise. Stay invisible and silent as long as he can.
At that, you guys hear another voice kind of right at the edge of the corridor behind you guys. It says, "Oh, right there. There's the corridor. Right on the right side. It's right down there, guys." You see Olimar and Nimba kind of
Weren't you
there.
supposed to be staying with Nimba, Omar?
Olimar kind of looks at it and looks down at his little carving knife. He's like, "Do you really expect me to protect anybody with this? There's no way I'm going to stay up there. I'm staying with you guys."
And where is Nimba then?
Nimba's right behind him.
Could he at least... Oh dear. Okay, very well. Keep your voice down. Let's move on then.
All right, so just so you...
Tigger just shakes his head like, oh dear.
Nimba kind of speaks out.
You hear almost like you hear just a random chuckle out of the nothingness that is Renault being invisible, just kind of entertained by the company you keep.
Olimar and Nimba both kind of jump at that a little bit, and then Nimba kind of shakes his head a little bit, goes, "Well, I tell you what, if I'm going any further, I'm not carrying this freaking bag anymore." And he drops it right there in front of him. "This shit is heavy."
I'm assuming they left my bag back up there.
Are you asking that?
Yeah, I'm asking, well, where's the bag I left for you guys to watch?
Nimba kind of looks at you and says, "You expect me to carry 2 bags? You're freaking nuts." At that, Olimar kind of chuckles a little bit and says, "Oh, hold on. We got some mine carts here we can use now. If you want to go back up there, we can load up the glass on these mine carts and use the rails what they're for."
We'll take care of that as soon as we find the forges. For now, just leave the bags there. We'll collect them all here shortly. Hopefully. Continue on down the corridor, as quiet as this crew can be, watching for any signs of obvious traps.
Olimar tosses his bag of glass off to the side with a big old crash. Says, "All right, fair enough." All right, you guys are heading down the right corridor now.
Yeah, down that little right corridor.
Right, Alamor and Nimba will kind of stay close behind you guys, as close behind Teagid, because they have no idea where Renault is.
Probably far away from here by now.
He's still bringing up the rear. He's kind of having a good old laugh to himself, just kind of enjoying the shenanigans.
As Tegan's walking, he's muttering to
All right, 1 second.
So I continue on down the hallway looking for the forge or any branching.
All right, so as you guys make your way down the shaft a little bit, Olimar and Nimba kind of staying close behind you at this point. You guys start coming across the opening down here, and Olimar, oh yeah, that's it right there, just right inside that hallway there. Yeah,
The forge.
yeah, 1 second. Let me move you guys a little bit into the map here.
Are we, has the map changed? Because I don't see anything on Roll20.
Yeah, the map changed.
Alright, let me just reload it real quick. You can continue. I've been following along with my mind's eye pretty well.
I'm getting ready to explain what you see in this room, so I'll give you a second to reload it there.
Was your screen black?
I just had the cold lands map
Okay.
or whatever still.
Let me know when you got it.
We can just press. It's taking a while to load. I don't know what's wrong, but I don't want to hold you guys back.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'll let it load up and then I'll jump in as soon as I get in there. I'm just trailing behind, staying invisible.
All right, so you're behind the group, or are you going to stay out in front a little bit so you can see?
I'll be behind, like Teague kind of recommended.
Okay. All right, so as you guys come through this opening here, you can see you guys walk underneath a walkway, so to speak. You can see an opening kind of on each side up above this walkway going to some other tunnels. And further inside, you can see the mine tracks pretty much lead through the center of the room. There's another trail that goes off to your left. You can see a few torches actually lit in this room, a couple of sconces along the walls. See a large open area with spare parts and mine carts strewn all about. See a small pile of what appears to be uncut gems located at the end of the spur line on the east side over here.
Okay.
You see these basically high, rough stone ceilings ranging 20 to 30 feet tall inside the larger building. Mentioned about the stone walkway. You see a few empty barrels with the smell of old ale located along the eastern wall. Southern end, you see leads up some stone stairs to some more iron-bound double doors, which are slightly ajar. Several buckets and rope you see down the southeast corner, strewn about the floor as well. The northeast wall contains a balcony that sits about 12 foot off the ground. The balcony is located here. You can see like some buckets and rope and stuff kind of strewn about the floor over here. Also see a set of stairs rolling up over here.
You say the room's lit?
Yeah, at that point, yeah, the room's all lit. When you guys walk in, Olimar comes running up. Oh, here it is. Just right down there at the top of the stairs over there. That's the forge down there.
Very well, Olimar. At this point, Tigid lets the flame in his hand dissipate and prepares his bow.
At that, you see a little.
So I wonder who lit all the torches.
You see a little dwarf kind of come over along the balcony over here and says, Olimar, is that you, Olimar? Olimar looks up on the balcony and says, Bruenor, what are you doing here? I thought this was the off season. Well, it is, my friend, it is, but see, we made a little coin to bring our friend back over here. Then you see another little older-looking gentleman, white hair, come up there. Who is that, Bruenor? It's my friend Olimar. We worked together a couple summers ago. Imagine that, actually having visitors. We didn't expect any visitors.
Do you know these people, Olimar?
Ah, I know Bruenor there. He and I worked the mines a couple summers ago. I'm not sure about his friend there, but no doubt he's a friend of ours.
Tigid puts his bow back away.
Porto, you still there?
Yes.
At this point, this is your intro as well. If you want to pipe up.
Oh, hello. I could hear you guys coming in, causing quite a ruckus.
Yes, my Olimar here. While a wonderful chef is not very light on his feet.
Olimar kind of looks back at you and says, I'm as light as I need to be. Slaps himself on the belly.
That you are, Olimar. So, we've come to make use of the forge. We have some work to do. Would that be acceptable to you, Master Dwarf?
Who you asking?
The Olimar's friend.
It makes no mind to me. I'm not using it for anything. Maybe it'll warm this place up just a bit, so I don't mind one bit. How about you, Proto? Do you mind?
Yeah, sure.
We ran
I have no use of the forge.
And are you the owner, Proto?
Me? No. I'm here on behalf of my own interest regarding the mines.
I see. We've run into a bit of trouble in the past and damaged some of our equipment. We need to make some repairs so we can be on our way. We won't be here long. Our friend Nimba can do most of the work, though we may need to see about looking at, I think Olimar explained it as junk gems or useless gems.
Gems? I'm assuming you're speaking about
You still there, Porto? We lose you?
yeah. Yes, there are many interesting gems found throughout the mines. However, I've only come across a couple of them.
Yes, we have to manufacture some glass objects, and Olimar believed that there may be some materials here that we could use to do that with. We have some materials with us, but we may not have enough for all of our needs.
At that, Olimar kind of pipes up. Says, all the crap gems that you guys don't want to haul off from here. I seem to recall running into a couple of those spots in the active mines down there where they just told us to leave them alone because they were crap. But my friend here may be able to use those to procure some glass spheres we need to basically get ourselves out of this mess. And Portal, you'll know from reading through some of the foreman's journals about where some of those glass gems were located in some of the mines, and there's plenty of notes in there about what to avoid and how to tell the glass from the real precious gems.
Okay.
So at that, Olimar kind of leads Nimba down here a little bit further. Says, "This up here. It's just up here, top of the stairs. That's the forge room up here." Olimar runs up to these two doors, iron-bound doors. They're slightly ajar, and he just kind of walks right in like he's not worried about anything at this point. You see, it's kind of dark when he walks in there, but they start lighting up like he's lighting up some potential torches, whatnot in there. 1 second, let me reveal this. Okay, from your vantage point where you guys are now, you can see just some lights lighting up in the room. You can see maybe a couple of tables and stuff, somewhat from the slightly ajar door they just walked through. Olimar, in here, boys, in here.
Tegan follows. We'll be right back. Our friend seems a little over-exuberant. I apologize.
Reynolds will also follow.
The two dwarves also make their way back down over towards the room as well. So inside this first room with the two double doors, you can see what appears to be a crude banquet hall. There's several large rectangular tables, along with a few chairs and stools all about the room. You see old and dusty dishes and mugs still sitting on some of the tables. You see more empty barrels of what was probably ale or something, with a slight ale stench to it. You see a large wood-burning stove located right in the middle of the room, next to what appears to be a cooking pit with a rather large spit. The walls are covered in various forms of graffiti, some vulgar, some showing IOU accounts, but mostly some kind of drunken dwarven gibberish at this point. You guys also see a small gambling table in one of the corners. Olimar says, "I lost quite a few coin at that table there."
Somehow I bet you did, my friend Olimar.
It's all right.
Nimba, does it look like this forge will take care of your needs?
Nimba's like, "I haven't seen the forge yet. This is just a feasting hall." Olimar's like, "Oh, it's in here, my friend. Come on through." Obik walks through this archway door into the back room over here. "In here. Come on in." Nimba kind of follows him in there. So inside the forge room, the walls are all stained black with soot and ash. The smell of burnt coal permeates the air and kind of sticks to everything. Located in a small alcove on the west side of the room is a large stone forge, which Olimar is kind of pointing at and showing Nimba around. All along the south wall is huge piles of coal bricks. Several anvils form a semicircle near the opening of the forge. And against the east wall is a large stockpile of shovels, pickaxes, rails, and chains. And scattered amongst the floor are different piles of broken tools, of spades and axes and chains and whatnot. Olimar kind of fills you guys in. This is kind of the repair room where they would make all repairs to their tools and their chains and whatnot. Anything made from metal. That's what this forge was used for. Nimba kind of looks things over, says, this will do. It's a little tight, but I think I can manage. Let's bring the glass down and I'll get started."
Very well, Nimba. We'll arrange the glass. You go ahead and start heating the forge and getting things ready in here.
At that, both he and Olimar kind of start shoveling coal into the forge, getting it fired up. Brunor kind of walks himself up past all you guys, kind of nonchalantly, like he doesn't really care who you are. Comes in and starts helping Olimar as well. The other old dwarf kind of stays back a little bit, watching somewhat apprehensively. Porto, what are you doing at this point?
I'm remaining assuming this is
You're in the foreman's quarters.
the quarters. I would be researching, keeping to myself.
Tegan will head back out, collect the sacks, and get them on a cart and get them all shoved down so that they can start working.
All right, you're managed to fit pretty much every one of the sacks, although heaping full, into one of the mine carts and easily make its way down the shaft. It tends to get a little heavy as you're going down the hill a little bit, but you manage to keep it from breaking away from you.
Once that's delivered to Nimba.
Renault will leave with Tegan, and while they get the sacks, he kind of drops the invisibility so he doesn't just like become visible in the middle of a mine with a bunch of random people around, and he kind of follows them back with the minecart.
So as you
When they come back in,
go ahead.
When they come back in, Tegan introduces Renault and says, he was watching the rest of our equipment while we were locating the forge.
All right, Renault, where did you reappear at?
Like outside where we left all the gear. I walked out invisible, reappeared with just Tegan around, and then I walked in with the minecart with Tegan.
Ah, okay.
As to not startle anyone.
Yeah, I was going to make the old man do kind of like a con check to see if he had a heart attack from you or whatnot.
We ruined your fun.
All right, so Nimba again informs the group. So based on the size of this forge, it'll probably take him somewhere about half an hour to build one sphere. Although he'll need a little bit of prep time to come up with some kind of a mechanism to kind of form the sphere and keep it from basically dropping and getting ruined in the forge.
Very well. Do you need additional materials, Nimba?
Well, like I said, I think I've got enough here to do 3, maybe 4 more, but I won't know until I get started.
Okay, let us know once you're aware.
All right, so he starts kind of putting his materials together and forming somewhat of a makeshift mold at this point to start making his sphere at this point. What do you guys want to do while he's tending to the forge?
While I'm in this dining hall, I guess, is there anything like this way?
Yeah.
Or is that just a wall?
No, you can investigate there.
Yeah, I'm gonna like peek around the corner or just kind of like walk that way.
So as you start heading into that room, both Bruno and Alamar kind of look at you warily a little bit. Says, I'm not sure that's the god for you, my friend. But as you start walking back into that room, you see this is a long hall. Down, 1 second. Gotta get to my notes here. At the far end of the hall, you see a large stone altar or a statue in the shape of an anvil and a hammer. And aside from the recent dust and cobwebs, this room appears to have been kept in much better condition than the rest of the place you've seen so far. Large and elaborate tapestries are hung on the walls that depict a giant dwarf among tiny dwarfs. One shows this giant dwarf. Go ahead.
I guess Reynolds kind of gets the sense that this is like a place of worship or something like that, and he just kind of uninterested turns around.
At that, kind of Bruenor meets you on their way out. Says, like I said, here Moradin will take more than just the dwarves if they would care to worship him. Moradin is the Allfather, the Stone Father. He's the master of the mountain. Not so sure the halfling Lightfoot would welcome such a god.
And what's this way, my friend Brunor? Indicating the door beside him.
That'd be the barracks. That's where most of the miners would stay when we stay here on months on end.
And just the barracks, then?
The barracks, where they slept, where they farted, where they partied, where they puked, whatever. It's where they mostly crashed at the end of the night.
If the barracks are that way, then why are you staying out there?
We've been in the foreman's quarters. Much better bedding up there.
Okay. So, care to show me the quarters?
Help yourself. It shouldn't be locked.
Okay.
Reynolds will kind of follow Tegan in.
So
Tegan's headed toward the foreman's quarters.
Oh, okay. Then I'll just stay put, kind of like watching what Nimba's doing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tegan. I thought you were talking about the barracks quarters, about whether they were locked or unlocked.
No, the foreman's quarters.
Yeah, Bruno was referring to the barracks. So if you're heading to the foreman's quarters, yeah, then Bruno will escort you up there as well.
Okay. Tegan just looks around, not really, just scoping it out. Kind of waiting on Nimba to tell him if the materials or not.
So unless you know how to fly and can jump up on that walkway, we need to go up these stairs over here, bud. One second, I'll reveal.
No problem. I see now.
Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, so he's kind of leading you back up the stairs up here. Up and around the walkway. Up here to the top. Says, I hear this be the foreman's quarters. Right through them doors over there. That's where myself and our boss man have been staying. So if you want to go any further, I have to get permission from him.
Your boss man?
You think I'd come here on my own?
I thought you...
In off season?
Well, I thought maybe that you were here just guarding the mines to keep the centaurs out.
The centaurs? What you talking about?
Yes, the centaurs. Are you not aware of the issues with the centaurs currently?
I've heard of centaurs, but I didn't know there's any in these parts of the mountains.
How long have you been here at the mine?
He kind of turns back over his shoulder, looking over at Porto. Says, what's it been, like 3-4 days maybe?
And prior to that, you were where?
We made ourselves back to Helgabal in the off season. My friend here and I were at the bar just drinking and talking about some of the gems and stuff we found when our friend here kind of made us an offer we couldn't refuse.
Strange that you would care to travel knowing that the roads are dangerous with the packs of centaurs that are roaming.
Like I said, I
At this point,
haven't heard anything about these centaurs.
at this point, I overhear a conversation about the centaurs and ask, what kind of trouble are you talking about regarding centaurs?
No one knows exactly why, but the centaurs have been raiding quite extensively in this area recently.
How recently?
For the last 3 to 4 months? Or longer? Could have something to do with the poor harvest this year. Maybe they didn't have enough of their own crops, but regardless, it's become quite a dangerous time to be on the roads. Though that I'm not much for the roads, I tend to prefer the open countryside myself.
The old dwarf behind you kind of pipes up and says, sounds like queer times about us. Perhaps we shouldn't be staying here much longer.
I think you might be safe here in the mines, but you might want to see to locking the doors.
Bruno kind of looks back over at the old man again. Says, did you forget to lock the damn doors? The old man kind of looks down at his navel, kind of dejectedly on the back, says, I thought I locked it, dang it. I thought I did.
Now the gate in the front and the main entrance to this area was wide open.
At that, Bruno kind of walks over to the old man, kind of gives him a smack in the back of the head, says, get back up there and lock the door, dummy.
Might feed your horses while you're up there. He looks a little hungry.
That the old dwarf kind of looks dejectedly and kind of starts lumbering his way back down the stairs and back out the hallway. Don't call me stupid.
Yes, as I was saying, the Centaurs have been, for lack of a better term, on the warpath lately.
Centaurs on the
Well,
warpath. That was Bruno kind of piping
It's
up
the,
there. Go ahead.
oh no, I thought I wanted to say something, but go ahead.
that'd be the best way to describe it, Brunar.
They've been a peaceful tribe, peaceful clan, peaceful race for God knows how long. What made them decide to start getting violent all of a sudden?
We don't know. I just know that it's not safe. I've had a number of travelers hire our services to move them between town to town safely. And I kind of came to be with this group for the similar reasons.
Well, we should be safe here. Centaurs are known for as the plain animals. They won't have anything to do with the mountains. This is too harsh a weather for them.
I would normally agree with you, however, I'm fairly certain that they've been in the area recently.
Well, we'll have to keep our wits about us then. But
Agreed.
I feel safe inside the mines. Centaurs are not. They won't come in here. I just know they won't. They'd be too scared of the dark.
Well, I'm sure that might just dissuade some, but it won't dissuade all of them. They may more dislike the tight spaces.
At that, he kind of pats both of his little hand axes down his sides with his hand. Just says, "Well, let's let them try to come in. I'll cut them off at their knees. Let's see how well they run that way."
Very good, my friend Brunor, but I'd be more interested in finding out why they're so riled right now. I also need to see if I can't locate some druids in the area. Do you have any knowledge of their movements lately?
Druids? Why druids?
I have business with them. See, I travel the countrysides quite frequently, and I have information and news that I trade with them.
Bruno pipes up and says, "I haven't seen a druid in years. And again, this is not exactly their country. You need to look down on the forest of Lethir or something like that to find the druids."
Yes, that's my next stop after I get this group to Helgaba.
This is rather odd, though. Why would the centaurs act up? Aren't they usually a tribe that keep to themselves?
To my knowledge, yes, they are actually very much a group that keeps themselves. However, some reason, and that's what I would like to determine. That's one of the reasons why I'm looking for the Circle of Leth. Hopefully they might have information.
Yeah, just out of character real quick. You guys remember that's the information that the little fairy told to Roland to seek out the Circle of Leth to kind of find out about the potential connection between these toad people and the centaurs as well.
Tell me, and then I know you've been here and then Helgabye, so you have not been to the lands past recently, but have you seen any frog-like creatures in the area?
Frog-like creature.
Yes, they kind of remind you of a big frog that can walk and talk.
Did I do a history check or anything to recall information based on the descriptions he's giving me?
You can do a wisdom check based on the description he's given you.
Okay. And I do that by hitting.
Yeah, if you go into your character sheet under your core stats, there'll be your wisdom score, and there should be like a little dice symbol next to it.
Oh, okay.
Damn, look at you. A crit and a fail in the same one. But lucky for you, the first one's what rolls there. So based upon his description, you're not 100% sure what it is, but it sounds an awful lot like either a bullywug or a kuato. I don't know if I even pronounced that correctly, but they're both kind of large frog-like creatures. Again, based on the description that Tigid gave you.
And what else do I know about them? Or I can recall about them?
That they're both pretty much stay close to water somewhere. They're aquatic in nature. Both of them are territorial and not friendly to any of the human races.
Are they found within like the area in this part of the world, or any other parts of the world?
They are very rare to be seen anywhere other than like coastal regions.
I see.
So possibly back closer to around Moon Sea would be more realistic to see sightings of those, but nowhere near in this area of the Codelands.
All right.
I can tell you, my friend, they're not bullywugs. I've seen bullywugs before, and those are definitely not bullywugs.
You guys,
Why do you say that?
go ahead.
We dealt with a couple of them on the way here, and, well, as I've said, I've seen a bullywug before, and that was not a bullywug. Ah, there comes our dwarf friend.
You see him kind of walking back underneath there a little bit, and his ears kind of perk up, and you guys all kind of hear a little flute kind of playing back in the forge room, and you see the old man kind of skip a little bit, almost like he's trying to dance, as he's walking closer to the forge a little bit. Get it, my little bard friend, get it! Woohoo!
But as I said, it's not safe times to be traveling. If you do leave your mines, be careful. Once we have the things we need, we'll be moving back to our group and finishing repairs to our vehicle and continuing on to Helgoba.
All right.
Need Porto and Tigid. Oh, never mind. You don't hear it. Renault, you hear a big old some cussing and a crash from inside the forge room, and you hear both Olimar and Nimba start to kind of yell at each other in some kind of profanity back and forth.
Hearing that, I kind of stop my little song, and I'll run in there and what's going on? What exactly is going on here?
So as you walk into the forge room, you can see a blazing fire kind of rolling out from inside the forge out there, and both Olimar and Nimba are kind of shoving at each other and yelling back and forth at each other. It says, Olimar's like, I didn't touch it. Well, you didn't touch it, but you touched me. And look what you did. It's ruined. We just ruined a whole case of glass. You dumb oomph. At that, Olimar kind of rears back with his frying pan he had on his backpack, like he's getting ready to hit Nimba over the head with it. And Nimba's like, hey, no need for violence. No need for violence.
Is it cool if I like make an intimidate check? I'm gonna kind of like yell at him, like, both of you stop right now. We have bigger problems. Save the glass, you fools.
Give me an intimidation check. Damn.
Slam that.
That's pretty intimidating.
At that, you see Nimba kind of quickly cower back into the corners. All right. I'm sorry. And the big dwarf's like, I don't know what to say right now. I shouldn't be scared of you, but for some reason, he kind of puts his head down a little bit. Says, all right, I'm sorry, Nimba. It was my fault. Nimba's like, it's all right, but it's ruined. We can't save that. It's all in the forge now. It broke. Oh, geez. Now we've only got enough glass for maybe 2 more spheres. We don't have enough anymore.
With that, Reynolds kind of just like turns around and like whips his cloak a little bit, like in a dramatic fashion, and like walks out, like didn't say anything. And he goes to find Tigid. He kind of walks out here and he goes, Tigid!
Your friend
You know,
needs
I
you.
really think I should travel with a quieter group. Yes, Renault.
It seems Nimba is having a problem in the forge. They've unfortunately lost some materials, and it seems we're going to have to find some more.
What kind of skills?
Glass. We're in the process of making glass spears. It's part of our transports mechanisms.
Olimar pipes back up and
Ah,
says, "Hey, we can get glass. Well, Nimba, didn't you say that maybe these glass gems will work? There's plenty of that here. We can go find some of that down in some of the good mine shafts." Nimba pipes back up. Well, I don't know if it'll work or not, but what little choice do we have at this point?
are you
How
talking about?
much?
Are you talking
Sorry,
about
Proto.
venturing in? Sorry. Are you talking about venturing into the mines?
Lamar pipes up, and so does Bruner. Kind of backs him up a little bit. Oh yeah, there's plenty of those crap gems all over the place. We got them marked on the maps. It's in the journal. We can go find some of those, no problem. Matter of fact, there's a smattering of them right down on the floor next to you. Although those are pretty much all ruined and shattered and smashed, and who knows what's on them. He kind of points over here.
If I'm not mistaken. Are these? Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying he's pointing like over in this direction over here, to where he's saying there's like some broken glass gems scattered throughout the floor here.
Reynolds kind of like walks back over to these two guys, Nimba and I guess his name is it Olimar? What's his Olimar?
Olimar.
What's his name? He kind of like goes up to him, puts his hands on their backs, and kind of starts leading them forward. And he's like, "Don't worry. We'll get this all sorted out in just a minute. Just a quick go to the mines, get the glass, no big deal." And kind of leads them up like he's gonna kind of start encouraging the group to get a move on.
Olimar kind of agrees with him. Yes, what the little halfling here says. It's in the middle shaft, as I recall. Middle shaft was the good shaft, as I recall. That's where all the good stuff was. But they left all those caches of glass gems as they found them, and we should be able to find some in no time.
Well, then we'll leave Nimba here to work on with the remaining materials he have, and we'll see about retrieving more.
At that, Nimba says, "Okay, I'll continue to work on these other two, and I'll work on them by myself." As he rolls his eyes kind of over towards Olimar, and maybe I'll have better luck and not lose any more.
Hopefully, in the meantime, procure you some other materials to work with.
Very well, very well. I'll get to work and make as many as I can. Perhaps I can make more than I thought, but I'm not very hopeful. And at that, he walks back up the stairs and back into the forge room.
So, my friends, I guess we need to go deeper into the mine and see if we can't find some of these trash gems to use for our process.
Well, they're
Is
not
there
all
any-
trash gems.
Well, no.
Various rubies and amongst other types of gems. But if you are thinking of going deeper into mines, allow me to caution. It gets a lot more dangerous.
Why is it we always internally end up underground? Oh well, can't be any worse than spiders.
At that, the dwarves kind of pipe up a little. I see the humans are afraid of the dark. What's the matter, human? Can't see very far past your hand?
No, Master Dwarf, I can't see in the dark as well as you can. However, I doubt you could track above ground as well as I can, so one trade for another.
Fair enough, fair enough. But I prefer the cold dark of the cave to a forest any day.
And I prefer the forest. As we have to find gems in a cave, I guess it's the cave tonight.
So at the mention of exploring these caves,
Reynolds.
Bruenor will kind of nod over towards Porto there and says, "Boss man, do we need to perhaps steer them one direction? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, or keep them away from a certain spot?"
Yes. I see what you're talking about. It matters not. I doubt they would understand what.
Okay, is it just me, or is Porto cutting out for anybody else?
He's cutting out on my end too.
All right, so say again, Porto. I didn't catch all that.
It matters not. I doubt they'd understand what it.
It sounds like he's letting off his push-to-talk button just a little too soon.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not doing the push to talk. Okay, let me speak a little bit louder. Okay. So Porter says that it matters not. I doubt that they would understand what it is.
Okay, I think I got all that.
I care not for what you're in these caverns. I only care to get the materials we need and get this group onto Helgaba.
At that,
Then allow me to assist you. I know some parts of these mines, and I can aid you with my kind of magic.
Very well, then you shall go with us. Friend Renault, are you going to accompany us as well?
Of course, Tegan, of course. I do think we should take a look at these maps that I heard before. If we have a map of the mine, we have a much better chance of going into an area where we want to be and not getting lost in an area we don't want to be.
You remind me of another person I once...
Bruenor will kind of look over at Porto,
Reynolds.
almost like and ask him if it's okay to share the maps with these guys.
Of course. Here. I have a map for you to use.
A map would definitely be of use. Give it to friend Renault. I think he would do better with a map than I would. I travel more by instinct than by parchment.
A true hunter.
Your assessment is correct, Tegan. I'm actually a cartographer of sorts, so looking at this map, let's take a look.
All right, Renault. So from perusing over these maps, you can see both of them kind of show a little bit of detail on those 3 shafts that you guys passed on the left side of that main corridor. The map is marked that the left shaft has been completely flooded for some time, so there's not really even a map of that portion of it. The middle shaft, that's the most active part of the mine, what they've been actively mining all the gems from. It's really, really large. Some parts of the map haven't been updated in years, but it does tell you where the most active parts of the mine are. You can see a couple spots along the map where it has notes of like the crap gems, so to speak, as they refer to them. One second, gotta check my notes, make sure I'm not missing anything. A couple parts of the map are marked as, danger, do not enter, for cave-ins or other various reasons. The right shaft leads to a series of unstable tunnels. There's warnings all over the map. It even has a warning right at the top of the map. It says do not enter. Too many unstable tunnels, lost too many miners at this point. There is one secure tunnel along that path, and they have a note along one end of it that says strange structure. That's fairly new notes upon this map, maybe within the last month or so, from what you can gather.
Reynolds looks over the map, takes on a mental note of this strange structure, but he kind of gets a feeling that what Porter was talking about before, where the wink wink nudge nudge kind of moment happened, he assumes that's kind of what they were talking about. And then he goes to Tegan and goes, well, I think the The middle shaft, as it was said earlier, is probably our best luck. I think we should head out as soon as possible.
No time better than the present, I assume. Do you care to lead the way, or shall I?
I think our friend Porto here, being the most experienced, and should probably lead the way.
Very well.
At that, Bruno kind of pipes up, says, "I'm not getting my boss man killed. I can't get paid that way. I'll lead the way."
Very well, Bruno.
Very well, dwarf.
Not that there's that much danger down there. If you don't know where you're going, you can get lost. You touch the wrong timber, touch the wrong wall, and the rubble comes down, and the mighty dwarves can make their way out, but this tall, lanky elf, no offense, sir, will have a little trouble with that.
None taken. However, I do appreciate the concern.
Porto, you want to give your character a quick little description to everybody? Since I don't think we ever really did that.
Oh, right. A lean elf of not too lanky, but just a lean, slim, average height elf stands before you with long auburn black hair and blue eyes, and he have regular just average clothing with full of books to himself and a copper necklace around his neck, as well as backpack, shorts. Seems not much like most elves that have seen your travels. He seemed more like a bit aged, but not too old. Elf. As you look into his eyes, it like he's almost not at you.
All right, Porter, we're going to take a minute here and kind of walk you through how to do push to talk. You're kind of breaking up a little bit there, so when I caught, I missed a few words in there. Have you used push to talk on any kind of voice chat system before?
Yes. I'm just trying to modify my microphone sensitivity.
So you are using push to talk, or you aren't?
No, I'm not using push to talk.
Can we give that a shot? See if that helps.
Sure.
Do you know how to set that up in TeamSpeak?
I don't usually use TeamSpeak a lot, so
Alright.
yeah, I would appreciate the help.
Tegan, you're the resident expert, so I'll have you walk him through it. Please.
Do I go to settings or?
Give me a minute, because it's been a while since I set it up. I always just use the wizard. It's the fastest way.
Yeah, I think it was under settings.
Okay, I figured it out.
Yeah, it's under settings.
Okay.
Under settings, under
Options.
capture. Yeah, settings, options, then capture.
Okay.
Then you'll have an option to check off push to talk, and then you can assign a hotkey to it. Like the default control. Which can be fun when you're doing website editing and doing copy and paste and not realize that you're pushing
All right,
talks
I
to the
see.
control.
Okay.
As I did earlier today.
All right. So I've done that, and now I will be using push to talk.
Okay.
So need to run my character description again.
I'll leave it up to the other guys.
I think I got most of it. It wouldn't be a bad idea, actually, probably for all of us, the same thing, because we didn't get a decent description of Renault. The first time I saw him, his hand was sticking out of the snow.
Okay. All right, go ahead, guys. You want to go first, Tegan?
Renault? I can. Tegan is pretty much what you expect of a ranger. He's a human. He's a bit bedraggled around the edge. He wears leather studded armor. He has a big winter cloak made of bearskin. He's accompanied by a gray wolf. He refers to as Storm. You will notice if you look close, though, that all of his gear seems to be mismatched. He has a scimitar that he uses, but it doesn't look like it was something that was made for him, more something he found along the way. The same for his armor. Though it fits him, it's ill-fitting. The only thing that's of decent value or make is his bow. He's pretty much covered in hides and leathers, and looks like mostly stuff he's hunted and made along the way himself.
All right, thank you, Tegan. Renault, you want to give yourself a shot?
Renault is a halfling, so he stands about 3 feet tall, which is pretty tall for a halfling, which he will probably remind you in the future that he's not as short as his other brethren. But he's kind of wearing, a standard leather armor, nothing fancy, but he has kind of traveling clothes that are wrapped underneath or kind of around it to kind of warm him up since it was kind of cold on the road. He has a dagger kind of at his back, the small of his back, because he's a halfling, so a dagger to him is almost like a short sword. So it's not necessarily on his side, but more of attached to kind of the back of his armor. And he wears a backpack where kind of you see almost like 2 scroll cases, like map cases, kind of like sticking out of it with a assortment of things on the side. He has a hand crossbow on the side, and as well as his flute, which is kind of attached to a pouch on the backpack. The flute is a pretty high quality value. That's the one thing that kind of sticks out in his whole thing. You kind of seem a little bit dirty and kind of soot covered since he's been in the mine, but he seems to be taking care of the flute more than everything else. He also has black hair and green eyes.
Awesome, very good. You guys want any more descriptions of your guys you're traveling with, or you're not too worried about them?
I think I figured out that they're all dwarves.
Yeah, Bruenor, Almar, and the old guy, which you haven't asked his name yet, are all dwarfs. Nimba is a gnome. The guy's back on the ship. His brother, named Jimba, is also a gnome. Kishin, the lack of a better term, the carpenter on the ship, he's a halfling. Remora is a human. And I think that's everybody. Navek, which you didn't meet, and the other 2 guys are humans as well.
All right. Yes, Porto is an elf of rich height, standing about 5'10", 5'11". He is he's a bit lean, a bit slim. He fashions regular clothing, but on his person he has numerous various amount of trinkets, just accessories that he wears around his fingers. He wears a copper necklace and carries a backpack with him. And he is a bit weathered after spending time in the mines, but he isn't too much of a young elf, nor is he an old elf. He stands. He seems more like an elf who has been around for a while, and he has long black auburn hair with blue eyes, and as you can see, as you can look at him, you notice that his eyes don't really look at you or focus on one thing at a time. It seems like he's almost looking through you or perceiving through what he is seeing, and he doesn't look like most elves. he seems a bit different in some way, but you can't really tell why.
All right, very good. Thank you, very good. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. So, back to the story. You guys are heading where?
To the one.
The room.
Where's Proto? Where are we going?
I believe we were going to the. We're going deeper into the mines, and we'd have to go past the structure.
Renault kind of like takes out the map again. He goes, no. We're going to the center shaft. It says right here, there's notes that there are those crystals, trash, whatever you called them. They're all over the place. It seems like they were just left behind in search of better gems.
Okay, so middle shaft it is, or the right shaft?
The middle shaft is where Renault recommends going, because that's the one that's been the most dug in with just the extra crystals about.
Party agreed?
Sounds like a plan.
All right, so through the mine just for a little bit here. So you guys head back up to the main corridor there, where you've got the three shafts: the left, the middle, and the right shaft. Each one of them have the mine buckets attached to a hoist and a chain in there. You could easily fit 4, but with the size of your crew, you could probably fit all of you, since you have quite a few dwarves in there. You could fit all of you down to drop down into the middle shaft there. Middle shaft, these lead to a series of tunnels, just like on the map, stretch much farther than the group can even hope to investigate thoroughly without spending months here. The walls and the floors of all these corridors are well kept and pretty much clear from debris. It's obviously the most active part of the mine, and for that reason the most well kept. I'll allow each of you guys, if you're looking for gems at this point, that's what you're looking for, right? The spots on the map that show the crap gems?
Yes.
Okay, I need everybody to make 4 investigation checks for every hour you want to spend searching here.
Do you think we should just do 1 hour at a time and see what we can get?
Yeah, let's just work an hour at a time and see how we can. Because we need to find enough material for Nimba to make what we need.
Okay, so I want everybody to just give me 1 investigation check at a time. I'll let you know when you do another one, okay?
Okay.
Renault is not paying attention. He's more
Apparently
interested in the
neither is
map.
Tegan.
He's more interested in the map.
Renault's paying more attention than Tegan is. You guys are freaking awesome. Oh, Portal got an 18 though.
It's a cave. I'm not good at caves.
Is it dark, or are we still in this lit up area?
Thank you for reminding me. Yes, it is dark. I mean, the dwarves will show you as you go along. They'll show you the sconces on the wall. You can easily light your way, but it is dark down here until you guys light the torches along the cavern walls.
If any of you are having trouble seeing, I may be able to shed some light on the situation.
Reynolds kind of gives you a nod.
And so does Tegan's like, yeah, it's dark down here.
All right, so Porto rolled an 18.
Okay.
With an 18, okay, you're able to, based upon Porto's investigation, you guys can run across one tunnel. It's got a couple of the walls are starting to glimmer in certain parts. As you investigate a little bit closer, you can see there are little pockets of what these, of what Bruenor and Olimar quickly point out are the crap gems. Did any of you guys bring any mining tools?
Tegan didn't.
Yeah, Renault does not carry mining tools.
I'll cast light on an object that someone can be holding. Who's holding what right now?
Well, as you guys are...
I would say Renault has the map.
So as you guys are looking around at each other, kind of dumbfounded the fact that nobody
Yes.
brought any kind of equipment, you see Olimar and Bruno pull pickaxes off their belts and start kind of hammering into the wall while they give everybody else dirty looks. You hear Bruno kind of mumble under his breath, "Sure, leave it to the dwarves to do all the work." And they start hammering away at the wall.
Sorry, friend dwarf. I wasn't thinking about digging. I don't know why.
So they pound on the wall for a good 15, 20 minutes or so, and manage to get some of these little crap gems come out of there. Fill up about half a sack worth before they run out of glass gems.
Perhaps the next group you can watch us and we'll borrow your tools.
Olimar pipes up and says, "We'll find you some tools before we get to the next spot. There's a couple caches along here.
That sounds like a plan. That sounds like a plan.
Alright, so that was Portal's investigation 18. Renault didn't find anything, and Teague rolled a 1, which ironically enough,
Yeah.
that a 1 actually does have an outcome.
Oh, lovely.
Really?
So hold on one second. I'm assuming Stormer's still with you, right?
Yes. Not being happy about being underground, but with me.
Alright, hold on one second. I go back to the map and grab
Who's-
the dwarves.
Who's holding the map?
Renault had it last.
Yeah, I'm holding the map. I'm walking with the map, kind of behind you guys. Not at the end of the group, but he's kind of just surveying the map mostly.
Okay, I cast the light on it, and it's glowing purple.
Oh, well, thank you very much. That makes things much easier to read.
You're very welcome.
Alright, so since Teague rolled the 1 on this, he was the one in the lead when he found this. He just happened to lean up against a wall somewhere, getting all tired, and it crumbles to the ground, and he falls into this open cavern he sees right here in this room. Let me switch over to my notes. Alright, so as you fall into this room, so to speak, Teague, did you have anything with light casted upon you?
No, apparently it's on the map, so...
Alright, so you basically fall into this dark room, fall onto your face at this point, and you can't see anything except for the light behind you. What little bit of light you can see, I know you can see this entire room here, so also you can see this little pile over here. You can see a huge
Okay.
pile of debris kind of like pushed up against the edge or the corner of this corner of the wall right here. Everything else in front of you is going to be black. You can see there's a small opening of the corridor. You can also see this corridor extends further beyond your sight.
Whoa! The wall has given away, folks. At that point, he snaps his fingers and a little flame erupts on the palm of his hand so you can see a little bit better. There's something back here. Renault, is this on the map?
We're not like almost not realizing what had just happened. Kind of. Oh, Tegan, what are you doing? What are you doing over there? What? He looks at the map.
Falling through the wall, apparently.
Is there anything on the map, or is this
No, this is not
undocumented?
on the map.
There's nothing here. There's nothing here on the map. This is
Well, the
I guess,
hallway begs to
hidden?
differ with you.
I can confirm that this is new to me as well.
At that, Olimar and Bruno kind of walk up and they're inspecting the wall where Teague kind of fell through a little bit, and they kind of talk back and forth amongst themselves in Dwarvish a little bit. And Olimar turns back to you guys and says, "This was a man-made seal for this area. neither one of us have seen this before, and it's not on the map, but this was put here on purpose. I have no idea how long it's been here. By the look of the rock and the craftsmanship, I'd say it's more than 100 years old.
How do you know this? And yeah, I say that in Dwarvish.
How does he know how old it is?
Yes.
He kind of looks at you like, you're asking me such a question? He's like, obviously you're not familiar with dwarves. The stone is our friend. I can look at a piece of pebble in your pocket and tell you how old it is, my son.
That's very impressive.
We were born of the stone, born of the earth. They're almost like our brothers. Don't ever question a dwarf about how he can tell how old a rock is. All due respect, sir. All right, so you guys,
Did they say anything in Dwarfish that is of significance? I mean, I speak it. I assume Portona speaks it. So did they say anything back and forth that was significant?
No, they were just comparing notes about the size of the rock and the type of rock it was and how it looked like it was man-made and just, nothing of it real significant.
So Reynolds will like roll up the map and kind of, because it's got light cast on it, kind of like, put it out in front of him a little bit and kind of walk into the like open area.
Tiga's got a ball of flame in his hand at this point.
All right, so as you walk...
What have we here?
All right, so as you walk into this corridor, and Renault kind of shines his light in there, you can see a little bit better. And off to your left here, you can see an opening to a corridor here, and there are these giant piles of debris and trash. Looks like there's boots, there's like some axes, some mine picks, different kinds of rubbish, clothing, all kinds of stuff. But it almost seems like it's been scraped up against the sides of these walls going through the corridor. You can see something similar further down the hall as well.
Renault kind of leans over the Tegid and kind of whispers a little bit, and he kind of goes, "Is it safe? Do you think we should do some more scouting?"
I don't think we need to go invisible just now, but we do need to check this out.
With that, Alt kind of puts like the glowing map kind of sticking out of his backpack with the other two map cases, so it's casting a little bit of light, but I'm sure the light that it was given is kind of diminished. But he kind of raises his hand crossbow now just to kind of be on the ready.
Is it opaque, or is it transparent at all? Or is it sticking out a bit?
It's like sticking out of his backpack, the map that you put light on. So it's still got light going on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you still shining a light?
Porto comes down as well.
Bruenor and Olimar will kind of take up the rear here a little bit as well. Actually, Olimar will come in a little bit further.
Tegan investigates what looks like this doorway here.
Just investigating the doorway?
Yeah, between those two piles.
You can see it open up into another room. You can see also another pile of debris just on the other side of the doorway. But the room appears to be, again, the walls and floors appear to be fairly clean from debris except for these buildups along each doorway.
It's almost like something's piled this stuff here when they cleaned. He takes his finger and goes down to the ground and wipes his hand across the ground to see how much dust is on the ground where they're walking.
You're checking for dust?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you can find small traces of it, but much less than you would expect in an area that hasn't been disturbed in 100 years.
Porto will investigate the debris.
Give me an investigation check, please.
Alrighty.
You find some decent miner's picks, some really old daggers, a short sword, some old rusted chainmail, uh, some gloves, and an old cape.
I will. The rusted chainmail, does that look like it could be useful?
You'd have to like pick it up to actually inspect that.
Alright, I'll do that.
As you pick it up, half of it kind of stays into the debris, and the other half kind of picks up in your hands. Some of the chains are so old and rusted they fall apart as you pick it up.
I see.
Seeing Porto pick up the chainmail, he says, "Friend, if you need some chainmail, I have some I could trade with you."
Oh. Well, thank you. Um, I don't have much to trade on me here.
Yeah. How about we trade a favor?
A favor?
Yes.
Um, and what favor is that, might I ask?
Well, time comes, I'll ask for a favor.
Need everybody roll me a
Nothing.
perception check.
Not the words I wanted to hear.
I'm sorry, who?
Everybody roll a perception check. All right, Tegan, you noticed as Porto was picking up the chainmail, part of it was hung up on the cloak that was on the ground, and the cloak picked up and almost pulled itself free of the debris, which you find very odd that something 100 years old wouldn't just fall apart if it's just a cloak.
Yeah, perhaps we can trade a favor. Perhaps, well, let me see that cloak. And he reaches down and actually pulls the cloak the rest of the way free.
Are you inspecting it, or what are you doing?
Yes, he pulls it free and looks at it in the light.
It appears as a
What little bit he's got.
It appears as a normal, everyday gray wool cloak. You notice on the hood, it appears to be crudely stitched back together. But again, you still find it very odd that it still seems very intact, very strong, very sturdy, and just seems very odd that if this truly has been down there for 100 years, that this has not already been, just deteriorated to nothing.
And he slides that into his pack. We'll look at that later. Strange something this old could be this well intact. And yes, friend Porta, if you need chainmail, I most certainly have some that you can use.
Oh, I would appreciate it.
While he's putting the cloak away, he continues to rummage around in his bag, and he produces a set of chainmail. It's the armor I found a while back, and hands it to Porto.
Thank you. I expect the favor, I expect to, that mind.
When the time comes. For now, thank you.
You cut out too. Yeah, I didn't catch that.
Still, that cloak, seems fairly new.
Yes, it seemed to be down. But the best place to get into it here. We'll look at it when we have more time left.
Okay, just my end. You guys are cutting out a little bit, or is anyone else cutting out? Anyone?
So,
You broke up on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys are breaking up
sorry,
as well.
it was, it's breaking up for me.
Any suggestions, Tegan, on how to fix this?
Actually, I think it is cleared up.
Yeah, you sounded great there.
It must have been server issues.
All right, so if you guys will repeat everything you just said a few minutes ago, because I didn't catch hardly any of it.
Okay, Tegan handed off that suit of chain, or that armor, chain armor he picked up at back. For he was doing that. And commented, we could look at each other and have more time and light.
Just testing. 1, 2, testing.
Yeah, terrible.
All right, how's that, guys?
Much better. Much better. How's that and my host just went down, actually.
Let's hope Portal and Renault make it. Does anybody get any feedback yet?
User in your channel timed out.
No, so far I'm good. No, so far I'm good.
User in your channel timed out.
All right, I'm going to kill TeamSpeak on my end.
Yeah. Yeah. My answer. No, we're not. No, we're not. This is not push talk.
Renault, Portal, you guys there yet?
I've only had this happen twice where my host went down like that.
Okay, Portal, can you hear us?
Okay, he can hear us. Okay, he can hear us. That's good.
Yeah, so did Renault, said he can hear us. All right, so are either Renault, you or Portal, you opposed to you guys doing text until you can get your, I guess, audio working for this? All right, Renault, did you pick the one where it shows you choose to broadcast your audio as well? There's two different settings. One to hear us, and then one to broadcast yours. Same thing for you, Porto.
Can hear me?
Hey,
Yeah, there you are.
heard somebody.
Cool. All right, cool.
That was Renault, right?
Sounded like him.
Renault, are you there on voice? All right, Renault, just type whenever you're back. All right, can you still hear me, Renault? Okay, let's try to move forward with Renault and Portal using the chat box.
Oh, I can speak.
Oh.
Fine.
There you are.
Yeah.
Was that Portal or Renault?
Yeah. This is
Okay.
Porto.
All right, so Renault will be using the chat text while the rest of us kind of talk through this. Okay, so
Sounds like
so I think we were at a point where I think I heard Teague put the cloak into his pack, and then Porto was like
Yep.
basically saying thanks but no thanks for the chainmail. Is that where we left off?
Yep. I think so.
Okay. All right. So again, you can just see partially into that room. You see the debris on each side of that doorway, almost like it's been scraped against the wall.
Like piled.
Oh, I fixed it.
go.
All
There you go.
right.
Oh, sweet. Welcome back to the world of the speaking.
Just had to like enable Chrome to use my microphone.
Good old Chrome.
Okay. Oh yeah, and you checked the floor, and I told you that while it's dusty, it seems a lot cleaner than you would expect for something that's potentially been closed up for 100 years.
It's been shut off forever. Well, if you change your mind on the armor, it's here. It's here.
Thank you. However, I think it's a bit too heavy for me.
Bruno kind of looks both of you guys over and says, I don't like the looks of this. This is too queer.
Yes, for passage that has apparently existed for 100 years or so. It seems fairly. Seems like it had visitors fairly recently.
Visitors, some kind of cleaning mechanism. I once heard of a thing. Well, maybe not. Yeah, let's see what's in this room anyway. Is the door in front of Tegan? Is it a doorway or an archway?
Yeah, they're all. It's an open doorway.
Tegan sticks his head in and looks around. Best he can.
Go ahead and move yourself. You open up into another large square room. You can see a doorway right directly across from you. 3 more doorways down to the south with the same peculiar looking piles of rubbish kind of backed up against each one of the doorway entrances.
He'll stop and check the pile of rubbish in front of him.
Investigation check.
We know how fell this.
Oh,
Delightful.
So you rummage through the pile there, and you find pretty much the same kind of stuff you saw before. Some old clothes, an old helm, some tattered braces, part of a maybe scale mill shoulder pad, a couple old rusted daggers, some mining equipment. Nothing of real value.
He seems to be. Sorry.
Sorry.
There'll be piles of old equipment and gear.
What did you find in there? Besides the gear.
Another room with more doorways. Come on in.
Bordeaux investigates the rest of the piles.
Investigation check.
Alright. Do I make one for each separate pile, or?
No, just one.
Alright.
Nothing of value you find. Digging your hand through a bunch of muck and old wool and stuff that seems to crumble at your hands, but nothing of value.
Do I come across any kind of bones or organic matter of some sort?
With that investigation check, no, you don't find anything like that.
Okay.
Not that there would have been had you succeeded.
Could I try again in another pile?
That investigation check was for both of them. I give you the benefit on that one.
Okay.
Renault would like to kind of make a stealth maneuver and kind of creep down this hallway a little bit.
So Renault has the light. Tegan can cast his cantrip. That's not a problem.
Renault, if you're trying to hide, you're going to do that at disadvantage because you still have that lit map in your backpack, correct?
Yeah, can I like shove the map like all the way into my backpack and like close the backpack?
Yeah, if you do that, it will cover the light and therefore put you in darkness again.
Would that be alright?
As a matter of fact, as you moved away from the doorway, Tegan can no longer see in front of him. It is now pitch black all around you, Tegan. You can see a faint light back out in the hallway where you came from, but that's it.
Yeah. Shaking his head, Tegan just snaps his fingers and creates a ball of fire.
All right, at that, you can see the room again. All right, Renault, were you putting it away and trying to hide?
Can I press with my stealth check?
Yes, you can try to hide with your stealth check. Assuming you put the light out. You think you are so sneaky. You're up against that wall and nobody can see you.
So I like walk over because I can't see very well, but I know that there's another pile of rubble, and I kind of like edge up to it, maybe clinking or clanking some of the stuff, like when I reach it, and I guess I'll like. Does the map still have light on it? As long as it's just hidden in my backpack.
Yeah, technically, you can
Yeah.
only see whatever your dark vision allows. Do you have dark vision or not?
I don't think I do. I don't think yeah, halflings don't have dark vision. So, like I said, I'm kind of feeling my foot and making a ruckus when I'm touching the pile, and I come up on the pile. And I guess I'll pull the map out again a little bit and just kind of, I want to investigate this pile in front of me.
All right, so you're shedding a little bit of light on the pile there, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
give me an investigation check. You rummage through. You find yourself another dagger, more mining picks, an old helmet looks like, some kind of miner's helmet, an old lantern, and you find a couple of silver pieces as well. Although they are silver pieces like you've never seen before.
I will pocket those silver pieces very quickly. And I'd also like, is there any like rocks or little pebbles on the ground at all?
You can find rocks and pebbles, mixed amongst the debris, but on the floor itself, the floor is relatively free of little rocks and pebbles.
Okay, so how far can I see down this hallway? Like to the other rubble pile, like right across from me, or further?
With a little bit of light you shed, you can probably see to about right here, that far down the hallway.
Okay. Okay. Somebody else can take action. I'm gonna kind of just chill out here for a little bit, kind of keeping my eyes on the hallway.
Using his free hand, Tegan will look in the pile closest to him.
I'll investigate down here.
All right.
Cautiously.
Let's go Tegan first. Tegan, do your investigation.
I just rolled got a 19.
Okay. Pretty much the same as what you've always been finding in there. You do find about 8 coppers, again, of some kind of origin you haven't seen before.
Pocket those just for curiosity. And move a little closer to the next doorway there while you deal with Portos.
All right, let's go to Portal next. You're approaching this doorway a little bit closer.
Yeah.
All right, Porter, you can see into the room. You got dark vision, right? You're an elf. So I'll go down to here.
Yep.
You can see pretty much always to the far wall over there. You can see what looks like maybe another opening off to the left, around another pile of debris.
Okay. I'll walk slowly and cautiously. Peer around the corner.
All right, 1 second, guys. I gotta look something up.
No problem.
Need you to give me a wisdom check, Porto.
Sure. Well, what am I rolling for?
All right, so you walk into the room. You see pretty much a large, square opening, same as before. Clean walls in there. You can see the debris at each one of these corners over there, but something just doesn't feel right. Almost like you're being watched.
Perception? Or I guess that was my perception. Okay. I will.
Hold that thought. While you're contemplating what to do next, let's go to Renault.
Sure.
I'm going to continue to walk down the hallway, and then I'm going to investigate this little pile.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
Renault wants this stuff. Whatever's in here, he's searching.
Okay, you kind of rummage your hands through this pile of, lack of a better term, garbage of old rusted equipment and whatnot. You do manage to find one small little red gem. Not sure quite the value of it, but it's shiny.
Okay, so for the record, I have I'm gonna pocket that, and I have a red gem. And how many like mysterious silver coins do I have?
I think I said 2.
Okay.
I also need you to make a wisdom check.
So 1 moment, and I shall get you a check. Skill. Oh boy. Okay.
So as you
Better than
approach
this.
down here, you almost feel like the hairs on the back of your neck almost standing up. Like you're not sure what's going on, but something just feels peculiar about this area. All right.
Do I have any chance to do an action right now?
Not yet. Let's go to Tegan next.
Okay.
What's Tegan gonna do?
I poke my head through this next doorway here and looking around, see what's up here.
Okay, you poke your head through and do what?
Just looking around, see what's in the room.
Okay, 1 second, please. Give me a wisdom check, Tegan.
Sorry, wrong button.
I'm glad it was.
I'm glad it
Oh,
was
holy
too.
You lucky bastard. All right.
Yeah, tell
So
me about it.
before you step in through that doorway, go ahead and move yourself back 1 more space.
All right.
You can see some kind of like a translucent, jellyish type of form kind of engulfed around this pile of debris right here. So you do see it, but you need to make me a dexterity saving throw. DC 12.
Nice.
This translucent material, whatever it is, you see a big glob of it almost like reach out, like it's trying to grab a hold of you somehow, and you are able to sidestep it at that point. We need to roll initiative, folks. Renault, did you find it?
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Gotta make sure you're and select 2 or not.
I think that's what it's giving me, the error or something.
Yep. Click your token, then hit the button. There you are.
Nice.
All right, so at that, Tiki, you definitely kind of step aside from this whatever it is and reach out and try to get you. And it's your turn to react or run.
Tiggy doesn't know what the hell this is, so he's backpedaling.
Okay, go ahead and move your movement.
I was counting out.
Now he does get a. Were you disengaging or were you just running?
Just backing up so it's not disengaged.
Okay.
I'm so ingrained in hitting my push to talk when I talk. I'm still pushing my button.
So am I. Every time, so am I.
I think but there's no point in switching right now. So.
All right, Renault. So you heard. I'm assuming Tegan made some kind of a noise up on the backside over there.
Gosh, shit! The hell is this? The hell is this? By the gods, what is that?
So just for out of character, you don't see that thing in front of you because that's what your wisdom check was for in front of you before. So what do you want to do at this point?
I guess Renault will kind of like perk up a little bit, kind of hearing Tegan like run, basically dash like back into the hallway. I see the storm kind of come into the hallway, and I'm like, what is going on? What are you making such a fuss about? And I guess I'll just make like, is each square 5 feet or
5.
10 feet? I'm gonna walk like 10 feet this way and just kind of question like what's going on? Kind of putting the ruby, the gem I have in my pocket, in my back, and just kind of inquiring what is going on since I have no idea what's behind me.
So you're gonna stay where you are?
I gotta keep walking a little bit. I mean, if I do my full action, yeah, I'll walk up to that point. I won't say I'll go too far because I don't know if there's any real fear yet.
All right then.
And it'll be it.
All right, Portal. Again, you can see
Okay.
behind you out of the corner of your eye that Tiki kind of took a step back and basically ran off the other direction.
Okay. Do I notice anything or no? Not really, because that was my perception.
Right. You don't
check,
see
right?
that big blob that I have on the map right now. That was your wisdom check to see if you noticed it or not.
Okay. Well then, since I noticed that Tegan ran, I'm assuming that is going on. So I would walk in that direction to find out what's going on.
Okay. Is that your action? Just walking?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. That's my
Because
action.
you're aware as a free action, you can also talk or yell anything you want.
What's wrong? I saw you just like run out here. Why?
All right. That's all the talking you get. All right. So Portal will be the first one that sees this blob kind of move up here, and you see it kind of change shape and squeeze itself through this door and squeeze itself back out. Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And you see this large, luminescent, translucent, I'm not sure what it is, some kind of jelly cube kind of crawling across the floor, almost dragging itself, slithering across the floor kind of towards Tegan.
Oh, I've heard of these things before. These are slime creatures. Slimy. Yeah. Can't really recall the information, but they're quite interesting creatures. And I say that with such fascination.
Make me a deck save, Porto.
All right.
Ooh.
So out from behind you, you see another one of these big translucent blobs kind of squeeze itself through the corridor there and reach out with this large you can't even tell what it is. Some large piece of it just swings out and slams on the floor right next to you,
Ah,
just barely missing your legs by a few inches. And then the blob kind of absorbs it, this bludgeoning thing, whatever it was, back into itself. And as you peer into it, you can see maybe towards the center of it what seems to be reminiscent of some kind of a humanoid feature or body, but there's hardly anything left to it. But again, it's just in bits and pieces in the center of this thing.
I shout, don't let it touch you.
Renault, did you put your lighted map back into your backpack?
Nope, I'm still holding that shit.
Okay, then you would have noticed that there's some kind of translucent blob kind of making its way towards you as well down this corridor. Tegan, you're up.
Oh boy.
Tegan, you're up.
I said trying to figure out what Tegan's gonna do. Here. Not good. We'll have these things in the wild. Don't deal with them. Storm moves on ahead moving toward the exit. Tegan stops the door, realizing the door is probably going to get cut off. I know what I'll do. Might work.
Okay, think quick, or I'm gonna move on.
Yeah, I'm actually throwing a little ball of fire in my hand. The creature.
Okay, you're breaking up there. I didn't catch all that.
Hello?
I actually fling a little ball of fire in my hand at the creature. It's too much. There it is.
All right, that just straight up attack to hit, or is that a deck save, or what is that?
Yeah, it's a trip tack. It's a roll 10.
Well, seeing how this is just a giant blob of translucent jelly, it's not hard to miss that. So that does hit. And you see it kind of slam into this the jelly right into the center of it. And your flame kind of almost sizzle it just a little bit. You can see a little bit of a discoloration in the translucent portion of it. Then it kind of just falls to the ground and it fills back up.
Time to go, Porto. Let's get out of here.
All right, Renault.
Nice.
Seeing this green blob down the hallway and hearing kind of the commotion in the other room, I'm kind of putting pieces together. Some bad stuff's about to happen. I kind of call out to Tegan, like, are we running? What are we doing here?
You have anything to fight it with? Because I don't.
He has a no. He doesn't. Renault's not really confident right now in the ability to kill this thing with a simple hand crossbow. So he's gonna kind of book it to the exit.
Everybody, roll me a wisdom check. DC 11.
Is this a saving throw?
No, just a wisdom check.
Oh.
That's fine.
Well,
Yeah,
I
that's
got
fine.
19.
Choose what I use for those.
Look at you
Holy
guys.
shit!
All right, so it's a good thing I did. I'm not.
Welcome to Wisdom.
I don't know what you guys think these things are, but you guys are fairly certain that these are some kind of ooze, and they do not have immunities to any kind of weapons that you guys are carrying.
Hmm.
They do not.
Do
or
not.
They do have.
These are
Okay.
basically very. They have very little intelligence, but they can be damaged. They can be hurt.
Reynolds is gonna back up. 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, cool. And he's gonna cast vicious mockery at the one down the hallway. Just kind of like, you're disgusting, green blob, and he kind of like yells at it, like kind of through his flute a little bit. And hold on 1 second. I think I have it set up to do it all. No, it's class.
All right, so that's your action.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna give a little ditty to kind of play like an escape song almost, like a Mission Impossible kind of
Dun
flute.
dun 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 dun.
Kind of like signal that we need to get the hell out of here. And I'll give it to. I don't think I can see Porto. I think it has to be in my sight. If not that, they can hear me. But I'll give it to Tegan. My 1d8 inspiration.
Oh, so you're not throwing vicious mockery at Tegan?
The bardic inspiration is a that's a bonus action, and as for my action, I am throwing the vicious mockery at the ooze right here.
Okay. All right, so that's a DC 15 Wisdom save. Well, sure. Go after the smart gelatinous ooze. Okay, and he rolled a 14. Hey, look at that! He failed. All right, so you start
And
you start slinging insults
yeah.
at a big blob.
Big
So your mama's a rock, or something like
Yeah.
that.
See how
And
that
you can
goes.
see it kind of almost like dejected, almost like if it had a head, it kind of put its head down and shrunk its shoulders a little bit. And you see it kind of shrivel a little bit, but other than that, it straightens back up and it's getting ready to come at you. It looks like. All right, Porto.
Okay.
Damn.
I'm going to disengage as an action. And I think I can make two more.
Yeah, you were right here. Is that right? No, you were right there, weren't you? You were right there.
I was right here.
Four,
Yeah.
five,
1, 2, 3, 4.
I see you can get to here if your movement is 30. If that's where you're heading.
Yeah. Yep. And we'll use 2 sorcery points so I can use a bonus action and cast a cantrip as a bonus action.
Okay. You gonna throw some insults at it?
I am going to throw a very, very heavy burn.
At which one?
The one right in front of me.
Okay. Let's see it.
Let's see. Right.
Wow, even when you roll a 1, you're gonna hit these things. All right, so you kind of stumble with whatever this firebolt is. You almost like you conjure it up in your hands, and you almost catch your hair on fire as you do it. And at the last second, you kind of fling it off of your hands, and it kind of rolls across the ground, and it smashes right into the bottom of this cube. And you see it kind of sizzle a little bit at the bottom side of it. And it seems to absorb what little bit of burnt offerings it did have to it, and it seems to kind of slowly start lumbering towards you.
Darn it. Okay.
Okay, at that, Bruenor says, "You freaking cowards! Why are you running? Your friend is trapped in there. What the hell's wrong with you?" And he charges down here, swinging both of his hand axes. 2, 3, 4, 5. And he starts whacking at this gelatinous cube with both of his axes. And he hits both of them.
Wow. Nice.
So he swings his hand axe wildly at this thing and takes a chunk out of the corner of it and swings back again right in the middle of it. And you see his axe kind of sink deep inside of it, and he pulls it back out, ripping more of this gelatinous kind of up against the wall over to the next of him. So he takes what appears to be a good chunk out of this thing, but it still seems to be pretty whole at this point. Okay, guess who's up next?
It's the cube.
You see this cube squeezing through here,
Yay.
squeezing through again, and you see this thing reach out and engulfs you. You see it, you feel it kind of pulling you into itself, right into the center of it. And you, my friend, need to make another dex save to see if you can avoid being sucked into this thing.
Oh, I hope I avoid it.
Uh-oh.
Ha!
No.
Oh boy.
Do we have an elf with us?
1 second, I got to read this up what the damage is once you're inside it.
Probably not good.
Okay, while you're inside this thing, you cannot breathe. You are restrained. And at the beginning of your next turn, I'll roll for more acid damage. But right now, you take... Oh, jeez. You take 16 points of acid damage.
Oy.
Oh yay.
At the beginning of your next turn, you need to make a DC 12 strength check to try to break free.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, so that's one. Next one. Second verse, same as the first. See it approach Teague, squeezes itself through this hallway here. You need to make me a DC 12 dexterity save. See if you can avoid getting engulfed.
He's got the inspiration die too, just in case.
Nope.
Nope, but it doesn't seem...
He's able to avoid that, so I'll let you move right outside of that, Teague, to avoid getting... Actually, here, I'll move him back one space. There we go. Alright, so this thing comes crashing through this hole, and you see it reaching out trying to grab you, and you're able to kind of almost flip backwards, so to speak, at the last second to avoid getting this thing engulfed around you. This next fellow here is going to reach out. There's two big bulbous hands reach out beside Brunor, and then they kind of crash into the side of him and engulf him into one little blob here. So I'll have him make a dex save. Ooh, he rolled a 1, a natural 1. Let's roll for his damage. So Teague and Renault, you guys see this acid just kind of envelop Brunor, and you can see parts of his arms and his leg and his hair just start to sizzle and kind of almost melt inside there. He's bleeding profusely at this point. Little oozes of blood kind of floating around inside this big cube as he's been enveloped inside here. Teague.
Step forward and slash into it with my scimitar. Or I'll step forward, but slash into it.
Okay, your scimitar finds its mark, takes another big chunk out of it. You're still at a point where you only get one attack, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you take a big chunk out of it, it almost shivers at the feel of it, and almost like draws back a little bit, but then it reforms again where it had its chunks missing. Any other action from you?
No.
Okay, Renault.
Okay, seeing our dwarf friend down the hallway kind of get engulfed. Renault's gonna sidestep real quick and take a hand crossbow shot at the big ooze.
At which one?
At this one.
Okay, 1 second. I got to read, make sure that if there's someone inside there, how that works.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna. I don't know. I don't know. Should I just hit him or not? Nah, I think Renault would make a bad decision at this moment, out of fear. Something he's like never seen
Yeah, it doesn't say
before.
anything here about the guy inside getting hit, so I won't rule that he gets hit. So you hit the blob.
All right, well,
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you rethinking your attack?
No, I was rethinking it, but then I was convinced that Renault would not give a shit. Just kind of shoot at it. So he takes a pot shot at the ooze down the hallway with his crossbow for I guess 10 damage. Sweet. And
Nice.
then
Nice.
he will use his bonus action to cast. You said the dwarf looked a little bloodied
Oh,
inside that?
he's very bloodied.
Inside that guy? As a just a DM thing, can I target him with Healing Word, or would that heal the ooze if I were to cast Healing Word on
Tell you
him?
what, if you want to try to heal him, what I'll do is how do I want to do that? If you fail to hit, do attack to hit, and if you fail to hit by 5 or more, then you'll also heal the ooze. How's that sound?
What do I
Okay, it's just trying to hit a stationary target. It's just an AC 10. So if you get a 5 or a lower,
So do I
yeah,
so
just
do
do
a
attack
roll,
to
I
hit,
just
whatever you
roll a
want. You can
20.
use your dexterity, you can use your crossbow, that's fine.
We'll do the crossbow attack again as
Okay.
the hit.
Is it even possible for you to get a 5 or lower with your bonus?
I don't think so.
There you go, you got a 15 anyway. Okay.
I got
Yep, so
15. So we will cast the spell Healing Word. We'll do it at level 1 because I didn't think about it quick enough to cast
okay.
it.
What's he gain?
7 hit points. So the dwarf inside gains 7 hit points.
Alright, so you can see some of his wounds kind of healing, so to speak, where his muscles were kind of burned away a little bit. You see them kind of reforming in there a little bit. Okay, is that your action?
And that's it. That's all I got.
Alright, Porto, what'd I say? A DC 12 strength check to see if you can escape.
Yeah. Oh boy. This will be a literal miracle.
Oh.
Okay, so now it is.
Oh no. I don't like the sound of that.
You actually rolled not too bad that time. You take 8 points of acid damage. And that is really lucky for what I just rolled.
Wow. Okay.
Alright, so now you can't get out.
I'm not doing
You
too
can't
well.
breathe. You are restrained. So
Can I cast magic?
restrained. Trying to get my conditions out. I think restrained means you can still attack, but you're at disadvantage.
Can I still cast magic though?
Yeah, that's.
Or do I have to do disadvantage on that?
1 second, let me look it up here just real quick. Apologize, guys. I should have had this one out ready. Restrained creature's speed becomes 0. Can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Attack rolls against a creature have advantage. Creatures' attack rolls have disadvantage. So you attack with disadvantage. Doesn't say anything about preventing you from casting magic.
Oh, okay. Well, this doesn't require any roll. I just want to know if I can cast it. But I might as well go all out. So I will cast lightning bolts.
So it means to make a dex save. Is that correct?
Yes. And it will shoot out. It will shoot out. Which direction? I'll shoot it out in that, like, in that direction.
Okay. Well, it rolled a 12, so it failed. So go ahead and roll your damage.
Yeah. Yeah, creature will take 8 dice 6 lightning damage.
Okay. You gonna roll that? You want me to?
So, yes. Okay, I didn't roll the, I didn't put the damage in there. Okay, sorry, my bad. Alright, I'll do it manually.
Whoa, holy shit.
34 damage. I'm not sure exactly how to rule this since you're casting electricity on something that has you engulfed at this point. So there needs to be some kind of a save that you don't get electrocuted since you're engulfed in this.
Well, I guess since it's my own magic, doesn't really affect me. I don't know.
Tell you what, I'll allow that. That was a good argument. I'll accept that. Okay, so you reach out with both your palms kind of facing outward, so to speak, or towards this hallway, and your hands erupt in electricity. And as you thought it would like shoot out in front of you, it just basically engulfs this entire cube around you, and the whole thing shudders and shakes. And you can, what little bit you can smell, although you're smelling, solids at this point, is like burnt rubber at this point. And you take about half of its shape and form, just sloughs off of it to the ground, but you're still enveloped pretty much over your entire body, still enveloped inside this cube.
Darn. Well, better escape.
All right. At that, you see the dwarf inside there, kind of wrenching himself as he's getting burnt. He tries to break free from this guy, and he's a dwarf, so of course he gets the strength save. And you see him kind of burst out the front of it, fall to the ground, and about 10 feet away from it. And he reaches back up with his axe, all pissed off, and he takes another swipe at this guy. And of course he hits because it's a big gelatinous cube that can't move away from anything. And he gets 7 points of damage. As he reaches out and slashes it with his axe, he calls back to you guys, "Flame! We must need flame. They won't come near it." But unfortunately, it's the bad guy's turn. Alright, so we'll start off with, we'll get the bad news out of the way first. Poor old Portal here. I'm not sure how many hit points he has left. 10 points of damage, acid damage.
Yeah, I'm down.
So this one kind of, you feel it kind of oozing and tightening around your whole body, and you can feel like the ooze going inside of your lungs, and you feel your lungs burning at that point. And as you look out down the hallway to what little bit of light was left out there, you can feel your breath and your life kind of seeping away. So Porto is now basically lying there unconscious in this big blob of goo. Next one. Okay, Tegan, make me another dex save. Same as before, this guy reaches out the big bulbous looking part of its body, or reaches out from the center of it like it's trying to hit you, and you were able to step aside and miss it again. It does advance 5 feet, so you get to move 5 feet back as well. Tegan. Even though you missed it, you still move back 5 more feet. Alright. And the large bulb in front of Brunor. He makes a dex save. Can you imagine that? A dwarf making a dex save. Steps back another 5 feet.
Hey, what do you know?
Kind of rolls backwards, crosses, does a somersault behind him as this thing reaches out, tries to slam himself into the big portion of its bulbous body. At that, Olimar, look at here. This guy decided to join the fight. He comes running up with a lit torch in his hand. He runs up kind of close to Bruenor and takes his torch and slams it into the ground right here in front of him. And then backs up again to his safe spot. So let me draw a little something here. There's a little torch burning in the hallway right there. Tegan, your turn.
Tegan takes the side step and then makes an arcane gesture and some sounds and casts Thunder Wave.
Which direction?
It's not a cube. It's not a
The
cube.
cube. Okay.
15-foot cube emanating from me. And it can also do 3d8 damage, which I've already modified for that.
All right. I'm sorry you're breaking up on that one. So do I need to make like a save or something? Is that an automatic hit?
Yeah, they make it hit, they make it a DC. What is the save on that? Hold on. The DC 14, I think what my save is. Yeah.
What kind of save?
DC 13, save, sorry.
Oh, Constitution? Oh, that was the wrong one. That was the wrong one to pick, my friend. Holy crap. You rolled a 24.
They take half
Okay,
damage.
which one was it again?
Actually, 15-foot cube would have got both of them where I'm standing.
Okay, so I got to roll for both of them. Alright, the other guy rolled a 12. Alright, so what's the damage?
So one would take 15, and the other would take half that.
Alright, unless you tell me, I'm just going to randomly pick one that took 15.
One that failed would take the full 15,
that-
which I assume would be the one
Okay.
down here.
And the other one takes half.
And they both are pushed back 10 foot.
Even on a save?
No, the save one's not.
Alright,
But
so
the
this
failed
one
one does.
failed, so he gets moved back 5 feet? 10.
10.
Okay.
There you go.
Alright. That's your action?
That's it.
Okay, Renault, you're up.
Okay. Seeing this next kind of gelatinous cube working its way through the hallway, and seeing the torch kind of thrown down in the ground, is there any way you would allow me to make a attack through the fire into the cube? Like a
Oh yeah, that's
crossbow
fine.
bolt
Yeah, that
through the
fire
torch
won't keep you
flame?
from making an attack.
Will it add anything? Not damage-wise, but
No, if
just
you're
kinda
shooting
like
through the if you're shooting
cool
through the
effect.
flame, then no. You'd have to actually light your crossbows or something.
Okay. Well, I am going to shoot at this guy again. I'm gonna keep pecking away at him with my crossbow, my hand crossbow. So I shoot at him, and I believe I make my mark, unless he is super fast.
Are you kidding?
And,
It's a big blob. He just stands there and you're like you see the crossbow sink in one side and out the other and taking a big chunk of this whatever material it is off the back side of it, almost leaving like a gaping hole inside this thing where the rest of it kind of collapses down where the hole was.
And Tegan already has inspiration dice, so there's no really need to worry about that. I think Reynolds is gonna back up. Can I move? I should be able to move past
Yeah,
this
it's just
dwarf,
difficult.
right?
It's just difficult terrain to
Because,
pass
I'm
through a
technically
occupied
small.
space. But yeah, you can stick it past him.
Alright, so that doubles the movement
Yes,
cost,
in
correct?
that one space.
Well, you can pass through. You can pass through friendly or allies without having to use more movement or anything like that. Like you can pass through occupied spaces if they're occupied by friendlies.
If he's trying to flee, I'm going to rule it's still disadvantage because if it was, just moving around, yeah, they'd have cooperation, but he's trying to flee. Regardless, you'll still be able to get past him and out the door.
Is he?
He's larger than me, right? He's a
He's a dwarf.
medium-sized creature.
He's just
The dwarf?
basically
I
fatter
see.
than you. You guys are probably about close to the same height. He may be a little bit taller than you.
Alright, so I'm gonna be able.
All right, so I'm gonna be able to move to about here then, I think, if I'm correct.
5, 10.
5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah.
So
So I move back there, and then I'll like reload my crossbow, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. Okay, Portal, make me a death save.
It's 13 good.
Yeah, it's 10 or higher passes.
Alright.
Okay, one save. Okay, Brunor's back up. Okay, the dwarf kind of saw what Olimar did there. He reaches into his backpack, pulls out a torch, lights it from this fire next to it, and he plants another one. Let me get my drawing tool out here. Doo-doo-doo. He plants another torch right here on the edge. At that. Says, "Fire, you fools, fire!" And at that, you kind of see this guy kind of rear back, like it didn't want to touch the fire at that point. It retreats back into this little room over here. Bruno then kind of takes another step back over here to, you see him rummaging in his pack trying to find another torch. Okay, these guys are up. This one here is content. He's just chomping away on some blood and guts at this point. This guy wants to go through here. Disappears into this room. And this one is going to stay right here at the edge, not moving. Alright, Teagid.
Seeing the way clear, Tegan dashes down the hall. About right there. She gained her right there.
Okay. Give me a wisdom check real quick, Teagid. I guess, and Renault as well. Alright, so Teagid, you know that these gelatinous cubes, the only way probably to save this this poor guy in here is either to kill the cube or try to extract him out of that. Okay, Renault.
Kind of seeing that the fire has
been pretty effective.
I'm gonna move back up
because Teagid
kind of ran off, and
Reynolds isn't
one to leave somebody that's saved him from the snow behind.
He'll kind of run up to here.
And counting that is difficult terrain as well. So that's 5, 10, 20, 25. And I see this guy from where I am.
You can see him kind of hiding right inside that door. Half of him's kind of still stuck, got the complete doorway filled with his mass.
I'm gonna take a
shot at him with my crossbow.
So as if you needed to aim, your crossbow finds its spot again. Kind of the same as before, kind of rips right through the entire mass of this thing, and you almost see your bolt clang against the back wall as it goes out completely through this mass. And you see the rest of its mass kind of collapsing over the hole that you left through its entire thing.
And that'll
be my turn.
Okay, Portal, make me another death save.
Yep. Yeah. Just barely.
Man, Porto is not dying today.
Okay. Brunar, pulls another torch out of his pack, steps towards this gelatinous cube, puts sticks his torch down in this little pile that's on fire, lights his torch, and starts walking towards this big gelatinous cube. And says, "Back! Back, you devil! Back, you big pile of poo!" And you see the thing slowly retreating back. That doesn't want to have anything to do with his torches in his hand. He comes all the way into the room here. It's full movement. You see this thing retreating back. You see this one kind of retreating back. And that was their turn. They're going to try to escape now. Actually, he'll stay right there in the doorway, and so will he. Alright, Teague, you're up.
He comes in and tries to use the scimitar to spread on this cube that's got poured out.
You're breaking up again, man. I'm sorry, I didn't catch.
It's me. He gets gonna hack into that with his scimitar.
You're going to have to type it, man. I'm sorry, I didn't catch any of that. Unless someone else did.
He's attacking.
He's attacking. The attack
Oh,
we made right
Okay,
there.
alright, sorry, I was just waiting to see what you're saying. He still got it, though. The one right next to him. Okay. Alright, so you slash this thing with your scimitar. Take a good chunk out of it at this point. But doesn't really seem to do really that much damage. This thing's pretty massive and pretty solid at this point. Anything else, Tegan?
No.
Okay, Renault.
This right here is a
Yeah, that's a
torch
torch
on
that
the ground,
Olimar ran
right?
up and kind of shoved him to the ground.
And if I dash, I can take my action to double my movement.
Right, you just
correct?
then won't be able to take like an attack action or a regular action. Dash takes up your full action.
Could I use my bonus action to pick up the torch? Like while
I'll give you that as a free
running?
action to pick up the torch as you're dashing.
So I'm gonna kind of break into a dash and 5, 10, 15. I grab the torch on the
Okay.
ground with me. Kind of seeing what the dwarf did before. Kind of having the torch and they're really scared. Ronald's gonna kind of pick up the pace. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Whoa. I did it. Fucked up. 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. So I moved to there with the torch in my hand. So, no one. He's pretty. Renault at this point, kind of seeing how they reacted to fire before, is pretty happy about having torch in his hand. He's pretty brave right at this point. So he's just kind of running down the hallway.
Okay.
That's it.
Alright, Portal. Another death save.
Oh boy. Okay.
And a fail. It's okay. 2 successes, 1 fail. Alright, Bruno. Not sure which way to go here. He yells back to Olimar to kind of, "Come on! Quit being such a scared little rat. Help me out here." So he starts working himself into the room here a little bit, keeping both these guys kind of back. To which Olimar kind of reluctantly, you hear him kind of clanging a little bit, so he got the pot over his head. Pulls his torch out, lights one in here. He kind of pokes his head inside here, but that's as far as he goes. A torch in his hand. Okay, this guy's going to retreat back further in. This guy's going to step back out into here. That's as far as he goes. And this guy is going to try to attack Teague. And he attacks at disadvantage. Oh, actually, it's just a dex save, isn't it? Hold on, let me read this. No, he does have an attack. Okay. 14.
No, that does not hit.
He tries to lunge forward as he's got this body inside of him. You can see he's somewhat more lethargic with his motions, and you're easily able to kind of sidestep his blow with this big bulbous whatever it is coming out from the center of it. Okay, Teagid, you're up.
He's actually going to try to reach in and pull Porto out of that cube. He's back.
Okay, what is that? That's going to be a DC 12 strength check.
Nice.
Oh boy.
Nice.
Oh boy.
You basically pulled me out and tossed me like miles away.
All right, so you're able to reach your hand into this gelatinous ooze stuff, and you can feel your hand and your arm kind of burning as you grab a hold of him by the arm, and you sling him out to the side of this cube, and you still take damage. You take 9 points of acid damage to your arm as you pull him out.
Okay.
Okay, so that was your action. You still have movement left if you want to. If you back away without disengaging, you'll get an opportunity attack.
I'll disengage.
So you can't disengage. Your action was to pull him out.
I can't disengage him. I already took my action. I'll still back
Okay,
up
so
a
you
little
get an
bit.
opportunity attack. That's a dex save for you, my friend.
Oh no. Well, you'll do fine.
Even without disadvantage, you're able to miss that one. All right, that's your action, your movement.
Yep.
Okay, Renault.
Would you allow me to? You said that this pile of he like lit the pile of
Yeah,
rubbish on
that's
fire,
there's still
right?
a torch sitting there in the ground next to the pile. Yep,
Oh, okay,
that's a
there's
good
torch.
point. I guess that pile of rubbish, whatever's
Okay.
flammable, is going to be burning at this point.
Yeah, is that on fire? Yeah, is that
Yeah,
on fire?
although it's on fire.
Would you allow me to use a bonus action to like light this on fire?
Sure, I'll allow that to be a bonus action.
All right, so Renault's still running, but as he kind of stops real quick, so 5, 10, and he lights this on fire with the torch in his hand. Kind of like takes a minute to just get as much as to catch as he can and presses on. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And with the torch in his hand, he kind of, swipes it and back at the ooze. Like, get out of here, you! And he kind of singes it a little bit, just trying to make it move. Trying to do what the dwarf, kind of imitating what the dwarf did before, just to kind of get it out of this room.
Okay, so you're not trying to attack it, you're trying to push it back, right?
Yep, there's no attack happening. He's just kind of waving
Okay,
it
so
around.
as you get that torch a little bit closer, you see it kind of reeling back, misshapen itself, and kind of forces itself back through this little hole and back up into this little area here. It's definitely retreated back away from the torch.
And that's my turn.
All right, Porto, another death save.
All right.
That's 3.
Oh,
Okay,
and
you're now
I'm
stable.
stable.
You're not conscious, but you're stable. No more death saves for you.
Oh,
Sounds good.
sounds
All right,
good.
Brunor. He's up. He's still standing in the middle of the room with all his torches. He yells out, "How's everyone in there? Are you still alive?"
And Renelt kind of yells back. We're good here. We have one. Porto's down, but he seems all right. Kind of like looking over at him, seeing him breathing, unconscious, but alive.
All right. He yells back, "I'm just going to keep this one at bay. Make your way out if you can." He moves back over towards this one and kind of keeps this one out of the corridor at that point. And he yells back at Brunor to kind of do the same thing with this other one. So Brunor kind of walks into the room with his torch and starts walking towards this one over here. And you see this one kind of working its way back a little bit and then back forward again. It's just slowly moving back and forth, not sure where to go at this point. Alright, so now they are up again. This guy, oh, that torch is not there anymore. I got to get rid of that. Why can't I move that? Did someone else draw this one? Won't let me pick that little. That's gone.
I didn't draw it. I didn't draw it.
For some reason, won't let me select it. Oh well. He'll move down this way. Oh, can't go any further. Ah, he's trapped. Oh, he's gonna go through here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. He's right here. Afraid of everybody. Teagid.
Tigger reaches over and claps Porto on the shoulder and says, "Come on, my friend, time to go." Oh, you 5 hit points back.
Sweet.
Thank you, friend.
Still.
Being swallowed up in one of those gelatinous blobs is quite an experience.
You realize you're talking to yourself.
We're not there. We're not there. Just kind of like.
You wakes up. You wake up in a dark room and there's no one there.
I've never seen this type before.
Renault, it's your turn.
Renault's gonna kind of step forward right here, just kind of keeping that cube where it is, you know, waving the flame. But then as a bonus action, he's going to cast Healing Word on Porto. Oh shit, where's my mouse?
Oh, thank you.
Just to kind of get him a little bit more healthy, seeing as we're not doing. He's the one that's kind of take all the damage this time. Boop. So he gains 7 hit points. And Renault's kind of like, let's go, let's get out of here, go back out the way you take and go. And then he kind of continues to keep the ooze at bay with the torch.
All right, I just gave you a little icon to represent your torch. Got tired of moving those little torches around, so. All right, Porto, you're up. You're alive. Not everybody left you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, first things first. I'm gonna get out of this room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
If you're dashing, you can take double movement.
And yeah, I guess I'll dash. Yeah, I guess I'll dash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's my turn.
Okay. Bruno yells out again. Are you alive? Make your way through. We're getting surrounded. He kind of backs himself back up again a little bit here. Kind of starts waving his torch at this big guy right here. He starts working himself back in a way. Olimar kind of stands his ground here, almost in between these two. Trying to keep both of these guys at bay. Keep from moving. And this guy's gonna move a little closer. Still keep his distance. This guy's gonna try to retreat. Oh! Looky here. Deck save, Porto.
Alright.
I swear I'm not picking on you, Porto.
Right.
Alright, you get to step back 5 feet in any direction you want to avoid the hit.
Sweet.
Alright. That's his movement then. Teagid, you're up. I don't know if you said anything, but I thought I heard someone typing feverishly.
Avid setting there. Runs up beside Porto and says, "Keep going," and slashes at it with the scimitar.
Now you swing again. Your scimitar finds its mark, almost stabbing it right in its center, and you give it a little twist, and then wrench it back out again. You lift a little vacant hole right in the middle of it where it kind of collapses upon itself, and you can see the cube getting a little bit smaller than it was before, but it's still solid. And if it had a pissed off look, that's what it would have on its face right now. All right, Renault.
Hmm. Renault is going to take a shot at this one with his other hand, the hand that's not clutching the torch, with his hand crossbow. So he takes a shot at the ooze in front of him, and then he'll slowly start backing out of the room, kind of like having the torch in his hand, almost making space for this ooze to kind of come into this room. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
All right, so you loose a crossbow bolt, and it just again explodes right through the center of it. You can almost see somewhat of a fuzzy image of Olimar on the other side of it, as the bolt kind of just flashes right by his ear with a little bit of gelatinous ooze still stuck to it. He's like, "Hey, watch it with that stuff." All right, so I should have ruled this before. With a hand crossbow, I don't want to look it up, but I think it requires 2 hands to reload. So if you want to fire that again, you have to set your torch down to do that.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. I'll
Okay.
note that.
And I could be wrong. That's what I'm ruling right now. Is I don't have time to look it up. But
That's fine. That's fair. That's fine. That's fair. I'll move to here though. I didn't want to move one further back. But
all right, Portal. You see Teague kind of walk up in front of you, and almost like he's blocking this gelatinous tube from attacking you again. And
I see. So fire is its enemy. I am going to use 1 sorcerer point and cast Firebolt as a bonus action.
okay, let's see it.
Nice.
Yeah. And I will use my regular action to cast another Firebolt.
yeah.
17 damage. Sweet. And I will make hasty retreat.
All right, so your firebolt leaps out of your hands, smashes right into the center of this thing, and you see it almost like explode inside of it. You can hear the sizzling and see the thing kind of starting to melt, so to speak. It almost like Swiss cheese after your first hit. And you follow back up with your second hit, and it finds what's left of it, and the whole thing just kind of explodes into just a bunch of like wet liquid all over the floor, and it stops moving altogether.
Take that, you blobs of deadly acid.
All right, Bruinor's up here again. He sees some remnants of something kind of exploding over in this hallway over here. Says, "Good God, man, I hope that was none of you." He kind of takes a step back and says, "Olimar, to me, let's get the hell out of here." Olimar kind of slowly starts walking back as well, both standing up here by the doorway. And these guys are up. He's going to encroach a little bit closer, but they still have a torch, so he can't get there. This guy is going to go pissed off in 5, 10, 15, 20. Still keeps his distance. Got the torch in your hand. Teague, you're up.
Tilt Renault to hurry up.
That's your action? Oh.
No, and then continues up the hallway.
All right, Renault.
What would you say a investigate check would cost me?
Your full action.
Maybe your life.
Your full action, and you have to put your torch down.
Man.
Well, we're not gonna do that. Seeing as Renault realizes he has no time in this moment, he's gonna light as a bonus action this little pile on fire, like he did the other one, and then he's gonna just dash the hell out of
If
here.
you're going to light that one on fire, you only get your full movement. I won't let you, the dashes take your whole action.
So I can't use a bonus
No, that's
action.
not if you're going to try to use a dash. I may have heard that before, but after I think about that, that's just too much time. It takes you a little bit to get the thing actually lit.
All right, then we're just gonna run. He's not gonna spend that much time if he knows
Okay.
he doesn't have that much time. He's just gonna dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. They're kind of making his way around about that thing.
You see this one kind of reform
45.
and it jumps on top of you? No, I'm joking. It won't.
But that's it. That's all he can get for now. He can get all the way to
All
there.
right, Porto.
All right. So, running away. No, come on. These things can be killed.
Says the guy that was almost killed by them.
Vengeance, baby, vengeance.
So I will use another sorcery point so I can cast a spell as a bonus action.
All right, I'm going to give him partial cover since you've got to kind of shoot over Brunor's head. He is a dwarf, but that means his AC will be 8.
Oh, really?
Not that should scare you. Oh, you already shot both of them, didn't you? Did both of them?
Let's see.
Was that your last
I'll
one
do it
that
right
I'm
now.
seeing over here?
I'll do it right now. I'll do it.
Oh, okay.
That's last time, yeah.
No, I didn't do either of them. I'm gonna. Okay, there it is. Oh, actually, no, that's not gonna. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna cast both of them. So that's one, and that's the second one.
Okay, so since his AC is 8, you actually missed on that first one. The second one does find its mark. If I can click on it right. As before, you see your fire kind of protrude into the center of it and explode, making this thing into like a big gelatinous Swiss cheese cube for a few moments as you see little pieces of steam and smoke kind of boiling outside of it. It kind of shrivels a little bit, smaller in size, but it's still fully intact.
It's almost dead.
All right, is that your action? No more movement?
I will back off just a little bit.
Okay. Brunor kind of sees you shoot right by his head and singes the kind of the top of his black greasy hair. Kind of gives you like a what the hell look. And then kind of says, I'm not fighting this damn thing. Let's get the hell out of here. And he kind of steps back out. And he stops right here and he kind of sets this other rubble of refuse on fire as well with his torch. And then Alamor, seeing his buddies left him, says, I'm getting the hell out of here as well. None of this for me. Kind of runs back to here and he hears pots and pans kind of clanging on his backpack as he's trying to get himself out. This guy comes up to the doorway, sees the flame on each side of it, and steps off to the side. This one's going to chase after... No, he can't. There's a flame there. And he comes back over here again. Can we make it to right there? All right, Tegan. You cannot see him. Oh, now you can see him.
Pulls back with that bow and shoots.
Okay, that obviously hits. You can see your arrow. If you saw any Renault's attacks earlier, your arrow flies true and slices right through it, taking a big chunk. As your arrow goes through it, clangs against the wall on the backside. Any more movement? If you step away, you'll get an opportunity attack.
I'm not moving. No, he's not. I'm not moving.
Okay, so opportunity attack +4. Oh wow, he rolled a natural 1. So this guy is still singeing. He sends out a bulbous arm, and you see it's like half of it's there, like he forgot he got singed and lost part of his gelatinous ooze, and it kind of splashes up against the wall next to you, but basically misses you from any kind of damage. Oops, sorry. Renault, you're up. Hit the forward button 1 too many times.
I turn to Porto and say, "Are we killing them? Are we finishing them off? Or are we running?" It's just kind of a free action, hopefully.
Bruno screams out, "Let's get the hell out of here!"
Well, he sees Tegan kind of run the room too. But what does Porto say?
Porto shouts, "Let's kill them. Let's kill them all."
And I guess Porto wants revenge for his acid burning. And I guess Reynolds, kind of given the go-ahead, he's going to try to run back down the hallway. But he'll kind of, nah, he'll just run. He'll just go. I made a dash. 50. I made a dash, just so you know, it's my full action. I ran down here. And I ran down here, and I'm just kind of keeping my torch at the ready next to this burning pile of junk, and that's my turn.
All right, Porto. Back from the dead and pissed off.
Yes. Agree.
Okay.
Okay. Where can I move?
Anywhere you want. Move right into one of those big squares if you want to.
I'm going to.
I can't see.
I can't see the blob, can I? From here?
Nope.
Either in front of me or in the same square as me.
Yeah, what Tegan said.
Okay.
I remember that.
Allies can occupy the same square, but in that case, could I attack?
Yeah, that's fine. Like I
Mhm.
said, I'll call that difficult terrain to kind of occupy the same space as him. But yeah, you can attack him from there.
Okay.
This time
I'm just going to.
I'm just going to cast.
True Strike.
And
then. Back
Okay,
away.
you'll get an opportunity attack when you back away.
Oh really?
Yep,
Oh, really?
that's 23. I'm assuming that hits.
Yeah.
So you see a big bulbous
Okay,
arm kind of reach out, smash into the side of your head. You can feel a little bit of acid and oozing as it singes your hair. You take 11 points of acid damage. Tika, didn't you move away too?
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
I stay put.
All right, that's your full movement.
I see. Okay.
Might as well
Might as well
move one more.
move one more.
That's my whole.
Yeah, that's my whole movement.
So Bruner watches as you kind of step into this hallway and blast some kind of magic out of him, and then you get smacked upside the head with this big blob of ooze, and he says, "What did I tell you? Come on, boss. I can't get paid if you die." And he grabs a hold of your shoulder and it's kind of like trying to pull you back out the hallway. Olimar is already making himself back into the hallway. Yeah, what he said. Tegan.
get shoots with his longbow again. To get shoots with his longbow again.
Can you shoot? Do you have like that feat where
That would
you
be
can shoot when they're real close to you?
Oh, no, I don't.
So you want to?
that
Well,
would
you
be
would
at
hit anyway at disadvantage.
Disadvantage, no hits. I'll take the shot here.
Alright, so just as before, your arrow flies true, slings through one corner of it, out the other side, and beds into this little pile of debris on the other side over here. You gonna move? Or you gonna stay there?
Back up a bit.
Opportunity attack. It's only a 10.
That misses.
Okay, Renault.
We're not gonna kind of walk back into this room a little bit, and seeing as like he doesn't really see anything there, he's gonna put his torch on the ground right here, and then he will investigate this pile of stuff.
He's going to lose.
He does not see him doing this, so
Roll me an investigation.
Alright, here we go. Oh, nothing.
You find what appears to be like some old, rotten bones of a rat or something like that. And you kind of nick your finger on one of the bones there. You, for some reason, you don't know why, you stick your finger in your mouth. That could hurt.
I guess that's all I got, right? That's pretty much everything.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I have
can-
a
you
little
can
bit of
still move
movement
again.
left, but I wouldn't be able to pick up my torch again.
Yeah.
would I? Could I pick up my torch?
Since you
or no?
stuck it into the ground, you didn't just drop it, then I'll say no.
Okay, then I will just walk
Okay,
back
without
to
your
here.
torch, right?
And that's it. Without it,
Okay.
it's still in the ground right there.
All right, Porto.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay.
If I move here, would I be able to?
If I move here, would I be able to see it? Or not really?
You might be able to see the very corner of it, but not where you get like a, a hit with no disadvantage.
So because I put true.
So because I put True Strike on it, it kind of cancels it out, right? Or
Yeah, that'd be just well, it wouldn't necessarily be advantage, disadvantage. I'm talking about cover at this point. Man, at this point, I'd say he has 3/4 cover, which is a
But he has advantage on it.
true. Yeah.
So be. it
Well, no, he
cancel
would
it
get-
out, then.
No, you would just
Right.
have 2 rolls on it.
Again, full 3/4 coverage is +5, so it means his AC is now 11. So doesn't help much, and you'll still get advantage on it.
Right.
So you can still attack if you want.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, okay, cool. So yes, I will attack with.
Yeah, I will attack.
Yeah, I will attack. Just a regular firebolt.
That is a cantrip, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see it. Oh, you just barely got it.
Just enough.
Holy crap, that was some good damage too.
Yeah,
All right.
Take that.
Yeah, I take that.
All right, Portal, here's your time in the limelight. You get to describe how you just obliterate this big blob of ooze.
I engulf.
I engulf. I surge fire energy, fiery, an engulfing flame between my hands, and I just shout at the top of my lungs, "Obliterate!"
Alright, so your fire just engulfs the entire thing, and you can see it almost like melting, almost like, the Wicked Witch of the West. It's like, I'm melting, I'm melting! It just kind of goes down to a big puddle on the floor and stops moving altogether.
Yeah.
Porto has been
Yeah.
pissed off. He's almost dead, but he was pissed off. At that, Bruno kind of shakes his head and looks at you and says, what is this bloodlust you have with these damn things? Let's get the hell out of here. And he grabs your shoulder again. Come on! Alamore just back there, yeah, what he said.
More.
This one is going to see, well, not see, they feel this big explosion over here. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kind of pokes his head out there a little bit. Let's get rid of these other guys. They're clogging up my screen. All right, and Tegan, you're up. You can see this big bulbous, what's left of it, about a quarter of it's left, maybe a third, kind of stick its bulbous thing out this thing, and you can see it kind of get caught up in some of this debris as it kind of slowly makes its way outside this little doorway.
Tegan reaches back and touches Porto and he's healed 4 points of damage. Porto, you get 4 hit points. Porto, you get 4 hit points. Use cure wounds on you.
Oh, sweet.
Okay, any move action for you, Tegan?
Just across the hall. Just across the hall.
Okay.
Trying to see Renault down there. Probably rummaging through the piles of crap.
Okay, Renault, you're up.
Renault uses his action to like throw another bolt in the crossbow, and can I shoot from that action?
What's your range on a crossbow? It's like 60 feet or 80 feet, right?
Yeah, I can hit him with a range. Yeah, I can hit him with a range. I'm just concerned with the action to reload. I should be good to shoot, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna pop out and be like, boo, and shoot that guy.
Let's see it.
Nice.
Find your mark.
Nice.
As before.
And then he'll backpedal into kind of the hall, the little doorway where he was.
All right, so as before, you see your bolt loose. Goes right in one side, out the other. Porto and Storm, make me a dex save. That bolt is now flying right towards you guys.
Oh no.
That's why I was asking about your range.
Alright, I think 15's good.
5's not so good.
No, Storm takes an arrow. And what was the damage? I'll roll what Renault did. He gets 5 points of piercing damage as well. So arrow whizzes by Portal's head. He kind of dashes to the side, actually almost towards his ribs. Misses his ribs, goes under his arm, and kind of sinks right into the back shoulder of Storm.
Storm yelps in pain.
Renault kind of like looks around the corner after hearing the yell, like, sorry! Goes back to hiding.
All right, Porto, you're up.
I will use the last
sorcery points to do
firebolt.
dual firebolt.
Might be
overkill, but
All right, let's see it.
I will do it.
Yep, both of those hit.
13.
All right, so as all of your attacks with these flames seem to hit, they seem to be doing a lot more damage than you anticipated. And as before, Porto, the gelatinous cube killer, engulfs this thing in flame, and you see it kind of melting and dissipate into the cracks of the floor until there's nothing left.
He's also as dinner. The cubes too.
And that's it. We're out of initiative, folks.
Take that.
Renault wants to inspect this pile of goodies down here.
Roll me an investigation.
Oh yeah.
You start rummaging through the pile, and you hear a big click, and then these big bear claws come out and chomp onto your arm. There was actually a trap in that one. No, you didn't find anything. Not a damn thing. You prick your finger again on something on there, and you instantly stick it back in your mouth again.
The rest of my little turn, I'll just go pick up my torch again. I'm gonna pick up this torch and just kind of, that'll be what I do for now.
So if you guys just want to, as a group, do more investigation checks, I mean, I'll allow that.
All right.
All right. I'll
Yeah, I'm down. I mean, I want to investigate. Since we killed all these things, I want to investigate all this stuff.
All right, so everybody
Yeah.
just roll me one investigation check,
Yes.
and I'll take that as a investigation for the rest of them.
Scavenge the piles.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Reynolds not
Yeah.
that. No, he's not that skilled.
13.
Okay, that's everybody there. All right, 1 second. Find 4 gold pieces, 6 silver pieces, and 1 second, gotta go to another table here. Sorry guys, I gotta look this up.
No problem. No problem.
You find, out of all the rubble, you find one fairly good shaped bastard sword with a strange insignia on the hilt of it. Everything else is just either too far rusted or just pretty much worthless or falls apart in your hands. Bastard sword was pretty much the same as a long sword from a stat standpoint.
Variation on the health belt. It's got a longer handle.
Reynolds, feeling bad about shooting Storm, will walk over and cast Cure Wounds on the wolf.
Who?
At first, Storm was growling at you like, "Grrr."
Who found the bastard sword?
I'll roll for it. I got 1 or 2 gets
Oh,
Teaged, 2 to 4 is Renault. I'm sorry, 1 to 2 is Teaged, 3 to 4 is Renault, 5 to 6 is Porto. I rolled a 5. So Porto found it.
All right.
So I guess it's up to you if you want to keep it to yourself. You want to share with the other, but I think it'd be kind of hard to hide that, conceal that.
Because what kind of insignia?
You have to do a further investigation and a history check to figure that out.
Sure.
I can, Renault, are you showing it to us? Just
Yeah,
to know.
I'm kind of walking out.
Yeah, I'm kind of walking out with a bastard sword, and I'm inspecting it, so you notice it.
You seem to find something that seem magical at all.
It has this. Yes, it has this strange
After a
insignia.
little rest, I believe now would not be a good time, but I'm actually schooled in the arts of identification of magical items. I could take a look at that for you later on, if that sounds alright.
Of course.
Appreciate that.
I would appreciate that.
Do I still
roll the history and the investigation, or which one is it?
I wouldn't be able to help you with any history, but I have the identify ritual. So eventually, when I get some spell slots back, I can identify what the magical properties of it are. But yeah,
Sounds good.
I know nothing about. But yeah, I know nothing about the insignia, my friend. But I can definitely figure out any magical properties later.
Yeah, so it's up to you if you want to roll a history check.
I
It's
will-
completely up to you.
Yeah,
13.
13.
You don't recognize the insignia. It's completely foreign to you.
Well,
I will tuck it away.
I will tuck it away.
Just out of character real quick, Porto, I can't remember if you told me or I just forgot. What part of the realm were you from? Did we ever determine that?
Volleyball?
Okay, that's
Elgabal?
that's pretty much your hometown. That's
Is
where
that
you were
the town?
raised and grew up.
Oh, where I was raised and where I grew up.
Are there any
Are there any
countries
countries outside of the
the map?
Well, let me put it
the
this way:
map,
you want to,
or
you know, there's
is this like
realms far away from the Cold Lands. So I guess, just long story short, did your character grow up anywhere near the Cold Lands, or were you from another, like a realm, like down by Hills Far or out on the Swords Coast?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Like
Yeah,
far
then you
away.
don't recognize the insignia at all.
All right.
All
As I
right.
just drop a big hint there. All right, guys. We've gone like an hour and 20 minutes longer than I normally do. So unless you guys want to do any more investigation or role playing or check on anything else, we need to kind of wrap this up soon.
We should
We should
go back and
recuperate.
Take what
Recuperate.
Yeah,
we
take
just
what
did
glass, take what glass we did find back to Nimba so you can finish working on spears.
Yeah, based on your first
Agreed.
little excavation trip you guys did, you guys, Olimar estimates you've got about half of a spear's worth of glass gems to bring back to Nimba at this point.
We'll take that back to them and recover, and we'll come back out.
Okay, so you guys are all good? No more looking anything deeper at what you guys got out of this room or anything like that?
Tegan will look into his bracers and that cloak later, but we can do
Okay,
that next
that's
session.
fine. All right, so for you new guys, normally I try to make this go about 3 hours, except we started running into this audio issue about 2.5 hours into it. So, and we started this little room in here. I didn't want to stop halfway in the middle of it, so that's why it went a little bit longer. But normally we won't go this
Okay.
long. And I don't know if any of you guys are on East Coast or not. I think Teague is, so I apologize for that. But
It's about the start night, so
okay.
Saturday morning now.
All right, so
No
Okay.
complaints any here.
any questions, Porto or Renault, on anything we did tonight?
No, I mean, is it always?
No, I mean, is it always? Do you guys always
Yeah,
play around
it's always
the
the
same
same time. It's 7 o'clock every
Yeah.
other Friday. We try to
Oh,
go for
okay.
3 hours. Sometimes it runs a little longer. I just try to get a break, after 3 hours because, like I said, it gets kind of late East Coast time for some of the guys.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Because
Started at 9.
like we started at 9 here.
Right.
for
Yeah,
me.
it's always the same time.
But
Okay. Yeah. Well.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
you can expect
well, I
me
mean,
if
you can
welcome me
expect
back.
me
I-
if you
this is
if you
perfect
welcome
time.
me back. This is
No,
perfect
I didn't
time for
have
me,
any issues
so-
with either one of you guys. So if you guys are more than
Yeah.
welcome to come back.
Awesome.
Okay. And next
Yeah,
week,
Awesome.
next week we should
Yeah,
have Roland
excellent.
back. Roland is kind of like the, I guess, de facto leader of the bunch.
More or less the leader of the group.
He's kind of one.
Alright,
He's
sounds good.
All right, sounds good. Are we gonna do anything else, or are we?
no, I
we
think this is it.
calling
Unless you guys want
today?
any more investigations like that, we need to go ahead and call at this point.
No, we can do this session.
No, we can do
Take
this session.
another look
I think
for
we
some
can
crystals.
take another look for
You
some
know,
crystals
do some
and
more exploring in mine, I
do
guess.
some more exploring.
the
in
next
mine,
session
I
you're saying?
guess.
Yeah,
No,
next session.
yeah.
Yeah, next session. We
Okay.
yeah,
No need
we-
to press today.
Okay.
No need
All right.
to press
Well,
today.
guys, I really enjoyed it. Hope you guys did too. And I'll either email you guys some more details if I got some other questions for you guys, or we'll just see you in 2 weeks.
See you in 2 weeks.
Alright, sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks,
sounds
guys.
good.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.